I knew someone in the chat would have it.
Yeah.
And then also, what else we got, Chris? Yeah, FreshFitPodcast.com, guys. Get the merch over there. And then also go ahead and check us out on our other YouTube channel, guys. Fresh Fit Clips, guys. We post 2 clips on there, or 2 or 3 clips on per day, and then 2 shorts. We might up the content on there for y'all.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we might up it up for you guys since you guys really enjoy that stuff. But 80% of you guys aren't subscribed, so do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. And then also, Fresh, you want to give them an update on your stuff?
Yes, guys. So I had some requests for vlogs. This is what I'm gonna do with the channel, right? I'm gonna post a vlog when it's something meaningful, when it makes sense, and it's like a big event where like different people not in our space, like high-profile people, celebrities. I'll post that. But mainly, I'm gonna do for the most part streams and reaction videos. So that's what I'm gonna focus on. Told you kind of way. Let's go.
And for me, guys, check me out on Fed 1811 as you guys might break down cases. The most recent one I did was I did the Idaho murders that you guys asked for a while. We went ahead and broke down the Brian Koberger cases, and I did it with Andrew from Legal Mindset. And it was really good, man. It was a pretty long breakdown. It was like almost 2 hours, or maybe a little over 2 hours. I forget exactly how long it was, but we went into detail. We read the criminal complaint, went through the house. I had this whole diagram where we went through room to room of where the murders occurred. And if you guys want to go ahead and check out the Idaho murders, check me out over there. It was
so long. Me and Stick waited for you to finish, but you took too long, so we just went out.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
You were occupied.
Yeah,
wink, wink.
I appreciate that, sir. But yeah, Fed 1811, guys, check me out over there. Also, I got a TikTok, Fed 1811. I forgot to tell you all about that, man. It's Fed 1811 on TikTok, and one of my videos just hit 1 million. So shout out to you guys for supporting. You guys like the true crime stuff.
If you didn't know, guys, we're also on Snapchat as well.
Oh yeah,
our Snapchat is booming, bro. That's just like fire. Yeah. Like the best clips and the funniest parts are on Snapchat. I don't know who the editor is, but it's just fire.
Oh shit. Okay, we need to
put that link in there.
We'll put the link in there for y'all.
I get you guys.
But to be honest, we were just stalling for time so you guys can get as many people in here. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was just stalling for time because I want as many of you guys to come in here. This isn't about us. I don't give a fuck about our stuff right now. Yeah. I just want to get as many of you guys in here so we can go ahead before I go ahead and start breaking this stuff down, because more importantly, what I really care about is Andrew and Tristan. And right now, there's a serious injustice, being thrown on them. And we're going to go ahead and expose some of this bullshit that's been going on. Because as you guys know, there's been some developments. I'm going to recap everything for y'all, and then we'll get into it. I'll read these chats, and then from this point forward, I'm only going to read 50 and up, guys, just because they came through. So I want to make sure that all y'all voices get heard.
Yeah.
And then from this point forward, we're going to get into it. All right.
Cool.
All right. The media just running with any story. I found today his Bugatti is actually in Dubai, not in Romania and impound. They will report any story for clicks.
Big facts.
Yeah, that's true. No. Shout out to the sartorial shooter. He talked about that. He exposed that shit, man. Yeah, dude's lying, talking about they took his Bugatti. Let's see here. Any chance we can have Rich Cooper as a guest? Yeah, I'll reach out to him for y'all, man. I know you guys want to see Rich Cooper. Shout out to Rich.
Legend, man. Legend.
Like I said before, we don't have any ill will with him. There's some things that we don't see eye to eye on, but there's no doubting his impact on this side of the internet. And shout out to Rich, man. Yep. Go get the book Unplugged Alpha. Great dude. Let's do it. Just because I might not agree with everything doesn't necessarily mean the content is invalid. So definitely go check Rich out, guys. Entrepreneurs and Cars on YouTube. And his book is called Unplugged Alpha. Good read.
He did a collab as well with Andrew as well.
Yes, that was a really good interview. So yeah, shout out to both those guys, man. At this point, bro, we really can't afford to have like separation on this side of the internet, bro. Like, yo, they're coming for us. I mean, if this isn't obvious, like, we're probably next.
Yeah,
we're probably next.
It's true.
Let's do Vince's support of Andrew Tate. Everyone with a YouTube channel, drop down and get 50 push-ups in solidarity of our brother. Let's get creative. Free the Tate brothers. All right. Hey, there are 500K guys invited to the VIP party for the 1 mil with the 550 ticket. 500K guys. What do you mean?
I think he means people that bought the ticket for 500K guys. But no, this is separate, guys.
No, yeah,
this is actually. You want to say now or later?
We'll talk about the party more later.
Cool.
Maybe next episode. Cool. Free Top G, thank you, FNF, for all y'all do. And then $1 for Michael Mishra. Cool. Top G will be freed. Vice will be punished. We're gonna talk about Vice here in a second. Don't worry, I got y'all, man. I'm gonna hit 2 birds, 1 stone with this one. Fresh, do you run your Lambs SVJ?
What do you think, bro? You think I'm gonna go out there, rent the car every single day, pay that high ass fee? Yeah, I own a Lamborghini. Okay, let's just move forward. Okeechobee.
You stupid.
Hey guys,
go ahead.
Are you still having the free meet and greet on the 14th for everyone? If so, when are you giving out the details for the first time and place?
We are.
Yeah, we are.
We are still gonna have a free meet and greet with y'all. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We will put that out
And
probably this week.
Obviously, guys, just for your protection, our protection as well. We're gonna drop it later on because obviously speaking, want it to be safe, secure, and at the right place. So that's why.
Yeah, we already got some haters trying to ruin
man.
stuff. Hey, Martin Fresh, love the content. Martin, I'm 17 years old, looking at getting into law enforcement, something like the FBI. Any tips? I will do an episode on how to get in law enforcement on one of our Money Mondays this year. Don't worry, guys. I got y'all. Free Top G. That's from Lengo213. Cool. When a man is striving in life, there's always a woman to come in and mess it up.
Yo, that is no joke,
Cam
bro.
2 times.
And dude, nobody's safe.
Freshman goes, love you, FNF, spreading truth. Hope everything is well with your friends in Europe. Love from Norway. Absolutely.
Norway, man.
Resh and Wit, appreciate the long ho. I'm so confused why anybody cares about this nonsense. LMAO. Joshua Peak. Well, you're here, nigga, aren't you? Fresh as a car guy. Where do you go from the SVJ?
Bugatti.
Yeah, Greece.
I'm stopping at SVJ, bro. I'm good.
Joe Cleland goes, we should bust out Top G. Okay.
You go to Romania, you go try to fight the troops and the police, and then break them out, and then you let me know how that goes.
Hey, Martin, you ever think about making a tactical shooting channel? That's come to mind, but I don't know if I have the time for it right now. Because that would require a lot of filming, and honestly, the podcast is prioritized. Bad Habits, FNF fam, big love from Washington, D.C. Would you guys make a Visiting Miami episode to give people some pointers how to move to places / go out, live there?
I thought about it. The reason why I wouldn't do it is because then people are going to know where I go, and I'm good. Like, I value my privacy more than anything else, so I'm going to back off of that.
Already know, so.
No, dude, trust me. I got different locations. They don't know.
Okay.
They have an idea.
Free Top G, I support anyone who stands by the Tate brothers. Absolutely, man. Y'all know that we're going to be with them all the time. And then, wasn't the gym today when a dude was wearing a shirt saying girls run the world, realized the warm masculinity, now so many men are left, bro.
You stupid.
That dude is an idiot that was wearing that shirt.
Yeah.
Y'all invite to Qatar anytime you want. Let me know. And that's from Lango213. Shout out
Thank
to you, bro.
We need to go to Dubai, bro.
We are going to go there.
United Emirates for sure.
Okay. Updates. Andrew's heart problems were debunked by his manager, and 2 women that prosecutors said were victims stepped out on TV, said those claims were false, and the case is full of lies. Videos on Brazil on BSN YouTube channels. Don't worry, we have those. Cold Life RP. We will go ahead and expose some of those. All right. So, all right. Are we caught up, Fresh? Chris?
Oh, yeah. 4 more.
Okay. Free Top G from Australia only. Facts. That's from A. Do you know why Tate was sent to the hospital? $10 from Fiam the Dream. He's okay, guys. From what I understand, I spoke with
his people.
Yeah, his people. And yeah, if it was serious, we would know. Fresh, what breed of pug are your parents? Hilarious.
Funny.
Bayesian. And then shout out to Fresh and Fit. Your podcast got me motivated with my CDL career, getting my own place and going to the gym. Free Tate.
Fire, bro.
My friend. Yo, that's what it's about, man.
Awesome.
Whether us or Andrew or Tristan motivate you, that's what it's about. And that's from L Series 1996. All right, cool. So where we at here, Chris? All right, we already got almost 10,000 y'all. So guys, real quick, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, go support Andrew on Tate Speech on rumble.com/Tate Speech. So we're gonna go ahead and recap what the hell's been going on, because if you guys been living under a rock or you guys don't know the facts and circumstances of the case, I'm gonna go ahead and bring you guys up to speed right now on everything. Yeah. Okay, as you guys know, back in late December, right around on or about December 29th, the Romanian law enforcement, Tate, went ahead and served a search at Andrew and Tristan's home in Romania. Okay, when they did the search, basically what it allows them to do is, right, the police and the prosecutors, whenever they do a search, they're able to detain the suspects of the case for 24 hours. Within that 24 hours, they're supposed to go ahead and gather evidence to allow them to detain the individuals for 30 days. Now, a lot of this information has come out, and just like I predicted when we first broke this story for y'all, they basically detained Andrew and Tristan, not so much on evidence, rather on past videos, their ability to be flight risk according to them, their passports,
and false witnesses,
their money, etc., false witnesses, all this other stuff. So, like I said before, it wasn't necessarily so much evidence that got them detained for 30 days, rather their ability to leave, okay? Because you guys know they have a home in Dubai, they have multiple passports, they travel all the time. They're very adamant about being able to be mobile, being able to get to different places, and being able to put yourself in a position where you can't necessarily be held to one location should something happen to you, right? So, that, right, as you guys know, this is documented on many interviews, many different courses in the past, etc. They use that, right, to kind of validate their reasons why they need to hold these guys. Then we got another update that some of their cars in Romania were seized and taken. And this is customary, guys, just to let y'all know, this is nothing out of the ordinary. This is something that typically happens anytime a criminal investigation is conducted in Romania and there were proceeds that occurred from the, potential criminal activity. The charges that we know of are organized, operating an organized criminal participating in organized criminal activity.
Money laundering?
Well, they didn't formally charge them with money laundering yet. That was like a rumor. Human trafficking and rape. Okay, so up to this point, guys, there was no one time won't kill us. Up to this point, guys, the lawyer, right? And we haven't heard anything from Andrew's side, right? We only kind of knew what the media had put out. We kind of figured out, what Vice had put out. People have kind of been taking this and saying, oh, you know what, Andrew is a human trafficker. People coming out with some allegations, unsubstantiated, of course. And, like I said before, when it rains, it pours, and people are trying to go ahead and clout chase and make some money and tear his name down and Tristan and say a bunch of stuff that, quite frankly, aren't unfounded. A lot of people are opportunists. I remember this happened to us when we were getting attacked back like a year and a half ago, 2 years. Back in August of 2021. People were making hit pieces on us left and right because we're hot in the algorithm and they can go ahead and get some AdSense on us. So people are going to spread lies to go ahead and, make money. That's just the internet, unfortunately. So we're here to kind of give you all the facts of what the hell is really going on. But that's a general summary of what went down, guys. So right now, as we speak, Andrew and Tristan are being held in police custody in Bucharest and under basically what they call like a preventative arrest. Okay, because they don't want them to. There's a couple of main reasons for this. One, they don't want them to influence the witnesses. Two, they don't want them to impact the investigation. And then number three, they don't want them to leave Romania.
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, all right, this does not necessarily mean that they're guilty. What it really means is the Romanian government is scared that these guys have the means, capabilities, and resources to leave the country and, avoid prosecution. That's really the main reason to me, which in itself does not mean that they're guilty. You can't be guilty for having multiple passports and having money.
But the media itself, let's say, for example, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, are posting Andrew Tristan in a bad light. Because once again, if you sell people a bad image of somebody or bad karma, whatever you want to call it, because remember, people hate Andrew. Let's put it out there. He looks bad in this position. He's arrested for these charges. All these things are being put out there, and they have no evidence to back it up. It's in Romania. Some people can't even translate what's happening with the actual articles. So it's funny because at this point, they're just posting whatever they can to get clicks and views.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. And here's the other thing too. The charges, which we're going to go over right now, actually with the lawyer, okay, are not strong, and we're going to go over that right now. We're going to pull up this video. So I got this video earlier this morning, right? And as you guys know, we typically do a Money Monday on Mondays. But I was like, dude, we got to put this out because the mainstream media is not going to put this out. They're not going to put this interview out. They're not going to go ahead and go through the trouble of translating it and breaking it down for you guys. So we will, okay? We have the platform. We're gonna do right by our friends and put the truth out there because everyone and their mom is piling on trying to demonize these guys.
This is one platform that's going to speak the truth about Andrew Tristan, not any false lies or whatever.
All right, so this video right here, guys, and go ahead, Chris, so we can show the title. It's the lawyer of the Tate brothers, Eugen Vidiniak, and I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Yeah, bro.
Breaks the silence.
Whatever your name is, we got you, bro. But shout out to Festify, man, for putting in work as well.
Yeah.
It's a good channel on YouTube.
Yeah, so, but this is from, go back, this is a Romanian channel right here. And guys, it's crazy because you can't really find this video. If you try to search this video, you can't find it in YouTube. I'll go pause.
There's only a few channels that I've seen post this.
Chris, show the actual channel. Like,
they want to see the details, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. It's from, what is this, from Ganzi?
Honestly, we could have did Festify's video, but this is fine.
Yeah, this is the original joint.
Okay, cool.
That's why I got this one.
Cool.
All right. So, okay. So let's go ahead and play this thing, guys. So I took some timestamps of it. Chris, you got to hit the sound.
I know.
Thanks.
Well, I explained like a lot of his intro, so.
Yeah, okay. All right. So
yeah, it was pretty loud.
So this is attorney, guys. He's doing a sit-down interview, and he talks about the case. So we could go ahead and just go right to 35, right around 30 seconds, Chris. Yeah, right there is cool. All right. She asked him, hold on. She asked him, have you had access to the file? Okay, and guys, this interview is done in Romanian, so I'm going to go ahead and read it for you guys, especially the guys that are listening to this on audio. Have you had access to the file? What she means by that is the criminal file, the evidence against Andrew and Tristan.
Yeah.
And he's saying, no. Guys, this right there is a red flag. It's been almost 2 weeks now at this point. How the hell has he not had access to the file? How can you properly and any type of legal defense, any type of criminal case, the defense needs to have access to the evidence against their client. Like you cannot defend what you do not know, right? This is the process. This is called the discovery process of the United States, right? Which has serious legal ramifications if you don't provide everything to the defense. But the fact that he doesn't even have the file, right, is problematic at best.
I'll tell you one thing. Andrew is right. Romania is corrupt.
You know?
That's happening right now.
Something's wrong here,
Something's
right?
off. Yeah.
So, okay. So he goes, Dear Miss Angelescu, unfortunately, no, because she asked him, do you have the file? I want to specify that the Tate brothers were charged. Let's keep going.
Fraților Tate li s-a schimbat.
Were changed, excuse me, from witnesses to suspects and from suspects to defendants on the evening of December 29, 2022, to date until which they had the status of witnesses so that they would not have the possibility to study the file. Okay, so as you guys can see, they were originally witnesses, just like Andrew and Tristan told y'all back in April when they originally did that search. Okay.
Yeah.
Then they went ahead and turned them to suspects, then defendants on the 29th when the judge decided, yes, we're going to hold them for 30 days. All right. So they're detained when the Tate prosecutor informed them of their status as defendants and issued a detention order. Okay. And Tate, as you guys know, is their version of the Department of Justice out there in Romania. It's the prosecutors and the police kind of working together. All right, let's go ahead. Okay. You can play a little bit of sound, Chris. You can just lower the volume. So that on December 30th at 2 p.m. a deadline will be set to discuss the proposal to issue a preventative arrest warrant. All right. Pause. And we knew this, guys, because they had 24 hours from when they arrested them, to come up with the evidence to justify if they can be held another 30 days. And that was up to the judge. So the prosecution was able to establish, these guys are flight risk, blah, 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 blah. The judge thought it was enough, and he decided, we're going to hold you for 30 days. Andrew's attorney, this guy, did file an appeal, which they should be going to court on actually tomorrow on the 10th. Okay. It was originally set for last week, but now it's going to be the 10th where they're going to decide if that appeal went through and they can be released. If not, they're going to have to continue to sit that 30 days. And then at that 30 days, that's when they're going to reconvene and be like, okay, you have more evidence to substantiate them staying in jail for another 30 days. And if they don't, they might get house arrest. They might be allowed to check in every week. There's different ways that the Romanian law allows for people to be released after preventative detention. But regardless, they're trying to get them out. Okay. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and hit continue. Actually, we could lower the volume even more, Chris, so that they can hear me speak and translate. So okay, for a period of 30 days, and we had the opportunity as defenders to study the prosecution for only 45 minutes, guys.
What does that mean, Myron?
What that is crazy to me. So they get detained, right? They get detained, and for them to prepare, listen, we don't want them to be detained for 30. They get detained for 24 hours, and they're preparing for this hearing where they're going to potentially be held for 30 days. And they had the opportunity to study the prosecution file for only 45 minutes. Mind you, this is a 100+ page document, right? So that's strange, and that's off as well. Like, how are you only going to get access to it for that small period of time? And that also goes to show more than likely why the Tates were held for 30 days. The defense wasn't even able to look at the charges and the evidence against them properly. 45 minutes right before the hearing? Ludicrous.
Wow.
All right, let's keep going.
What can you do?
Okay, so before we start the hearing, at which time we also became aware of the content of the proposal for a preventative arrest, which was over 100 pages long. So in those 100 pages, they wrote why they think that the Tates need to be held for 30 days. The first searches took place, as I know, in April 2022, when several computers, laptops, now the woman's asking him this, all right? So she's asking, everything that was found there was seized during the search. During this period, while they were witnesses until December 29th, were these goods returned to them? And we know the answer to this one, guys.
That's when the girl accused him, right?
Back in April, yeah. So pause real quick so I can, actually good point.
Yeah.
Pause real quick, Chris. So, okay. as you guys know, back in April of 2022, a girl went ahead and accused
from Miami.
Yeah,
by
from
the way.
Miami, is fucking bimbo. Accused Andrew and Tristan of kidnapping her and false imprisonment, and that she was like being held against her will at their house. Mind you, okay, what happened was this girl sees a picture. I know the full story of this. We've talked with Tristan in detail, but I'm going to summarize it for y'all that might not know. This girl did some Instagram stories. Her boyfriend saw that she was at the Tate house. He's like, what are you doing over there? Blah, blah, blah. So she goes, instead of taking accountability and saying, oh yeah, I'm over here at the Tate house hanging out, partying with them. She says, oh no, I don't even know how I'm here. Like, I'm being held against my will, right? So the boyfriend calls the U.S. Embassy. U.S. Embassy calls the Romanians and says, yo, there's an American citizen being held at the Tate house. At this point, right, the Tates are famous. They know who they are. The guys, and also the Tates are very famous in Romania. They've been famous there for several years, the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
Right. So they know exactly who they are. Oh crap. So obviously, it's one thing to be, someone to be false in prison. It's another thing for an American citizen to say, oh, yo, there's someone over there that's an American citizen being held against their will, a woman. So what do? They go over there, they search, they do all this stuff. The girl's not even there at this point, right? Or any of the girls, because they had thrown a party. And then they went ahead and they review the footage. As they review the footage, they see that this girl had left the compound, right, to get food.
Got pizza.
Yeah, it came back. So you're telling me, right?
Stupid.
You're being held against your will but kidnapped or whatever the hell, but you're going to get Uber Eats and leaving the place, they're coming back? What the hell? Meanwhile, they also got videos of her partying and hanging out with the girls. There was like 30, 40 girls there, right? And this chick was just one of the girls. And
you're telling me that even that bad, bro.
Yeah, and then you're telling me that you're being held against your will, right? What it really comes down to, guys, the cold hard truth is she didn't want to tell her boyfriend that she was fucking cheating on him. That's what she didn't want to say. Okay?
Bruh.
Isn't it crazy?
Incredible. Incredible.
One woman from the United States of America penetrated the whole European center by going to Romania.
Penetrated?
You know what I'm saying? Penetrated?
Yeah.
Lied about her situation and ended up jamming up Andrew and Tristan. Just one lie from one woman, bro. That's crazy.
Incredible.
And he went to escape, so to speak, this whole tyranny of believe all women to be caught by another American woman in Romania. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
The power of these lying women, bro. They're a force.
So the prosecutor, right? And Tristan told this story on Rumble. The prosecutor, and everybody are sitting there looking at the footage, and you can see her leave and come back.
And dude, the boyfriend, bro, if there was an example of a imp, that's him, bro. Legit imp, bro.
Oh yeah, he is simp. Yeah, just kill us on Twitch. Fuck it.
Twitch.
Just kill it. Fuck Twitch. All right, guys, we're getting off Twitch. We said the simp word.
Yeah.
We're killing Twitter and everything. Just come on over to YouTube or Rumble, guys. We're killing to Facebook, Twitter.
There you go.
Yeah, because I already know we're about to go down the route. Come on over, guys. So this guy, right, goes ahead and notifies them, and the girl just doesn't want to admit that she was cheating on him, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that she didn't want to admit that led to all this crap. Incredible.
Accountability.
Yep.
Is not so.
And here's the other thing too. Y'all might not know this. The Tates have a very good, extensive video surveillance system at their home, which is really good because it proved that the girl was lying through her teeth. She was not being held against her will. She was there partying with other girls. She was having a good time. She left the compound, right? Because you guys know it's like a property that has multiple buildings on it. She left the area to get food, and she came back. Please explain how that means you're being held against your will and or kidnapped.
I will say there's one thing that can save a man from this tyranny of believe all women, which is camera footage. Also, the police saw the evidence and returned all most of their stuff. It's like, yo, bro, okay, you know what? My bad. This is a false alarm. But that one lie caused so much trouble, bro.
Yep.
And he, once again, a man's reputation, once put out there that he is involved with trafficking or grape, whatever, dude, it doesn't get taken away.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Some people see that information. Oh, he's that person. And they don't see hey, that wasn't true. They only see the first part. And as a result, what does the media put out? The worst parts about somebody, especially Andrew and Tristan. So that's crazy, bro.
Of course, they're going to sensationalize it, but they're not going to tell the truth that this girl just simply was cheating on her boyfriend, didn't want to admit it, lied and said she was being held against her will, contrary to evidence shown on video. And the mainstream media is going to run with it and say, yeah, you know what, he probably is a human trafficker. I think he probably is, even though this girl's a stupid slut.
Bro,
let's keep going. Play the video, man. Incredible, bro. Incredible.
Jeez.
Okay. On occasion of the search of April 11th, several electronics devices were searched to be subjugated or seized to search throughout this period, and the reference period is April 11th and December 29th, 2022. Some of these electronic devices were returned. Computer searches were carried out on them. Some of them have not been returned even to this day.
Yeah.
Was it normal? From my point of view, the period of time is long enough to, so they asked, is it normal for it to take that long? He said the period of time that they had is long enough to extract all data from all the computer. Pause. I'll tell you guys this from my professional experience as well. When you take data, because law enforcement, a lot of them, depending on even if you're foreign or American or whatever, we use a lot of the same different technologies, right? Typically, when you're extracting phones, you're using something called a Cellbrite, okay, which is a tool that law enforcement uses to extract phones and computers. You know, I'm sure a country like Romania has access to a Cellbrite. It might be an older model, but it still is going to be able to extract data. For them to have the stuff this long, it's true. Yeah, they could have. They had plenty of time to go ahead and extract the stuff. The only way I could think that they wouldn't have enough time is if there was passcodes on it, and then in that case, yeah, they won't be able to get. It's going to take way longer to break the code, and sometimes they won't even be able to break the code. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going. But regardless, they gave all the stuff back, which tells you, okay, there's nothing really. Okay, now the crime of grape is among the charges that are quite serious also in the public eye. So now she's asking about the grape crime. Guys, this is where it gets crazy. From my information, it would be committed on a female person, okay? That's what she's asking. Well, I would hope. But let's keep going. From the Republic of Moldova, and would it have been 1 or 2 crimes? So the lawyer is going to put some light on this. He goes, 2 material acts. 2 material acts for one of the Tate brothers? That's right. In this context, can you, as a defense attorney, to support this charge? Okay, guys, listen up. This is where it gets crazy. The lawyer responds, I will point out from the beginning that even up to the present moment, the criminal investigation file has not been made available to us to ensure the effective defense of our clients. In this sense, I would like to point out that, at least from this point of view, I am also, oh, hold on, I missed that point. Go back a millisecond, Chris, if you can. I am also somehow amazed, together with my colleagues, with the distinguished lawyer Constantin Gilga, so him and other lawyers, and my other colleague who are instrumentalizing this file, and we spend day and night trying to piece together the puzzle of the allegations presented by the prosecutor. There is not a single piece of evidence apart from the victim's statements that leads to the idea that a crime of rape was committed. Pause. So you're telling me,
great,
y'all got no evidence besides what the victim said from Moldova?
So, stupid. Ex-federal agent, is this a case to be had, sir? Based off the premise? This is a case to be had.
You always need corroborating facts, bro.
But hold on. We're not in America. We're in Romania.
Yeah.
So they can do whatever they want, right?
I guess
Pretty
so.
much.
Because this is wild.
Pretty much.
This is wild.
So somebody's lying here.
And you know what's scarier? I've said this before. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. We have seen women be offered tens of thousands of dollars to lie on Tristan and Andrew. Okay? It was just a matter of time until someone took the bribe.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of time.
And even so, why did it take so long? If this was true, just say it happened right there and then. But you gotta wait till now when he's being persecuted for being this type of person.
Well, it gets even better.
Yeah.
So let's keep going.
Let's go.
So they don't got nothing but statements from the victim.
Remember who's spreading false information as well, guys. Don't forget that as well.
Moreover, the reasoned conclusion of the Judge of Rights and Freedoms of the Bucharest Court, which is their version of a judge, by the way, guys. That's like the official title. It is very clear that such a crime is not supported and that there are no evidentiary elements to support such crime, which is why the Judge of Rights and Freedoms, which is their judge in Bucharest, does not have the reasonable suspicion that this act can be attributed to any of the defendants. So as you guys know, let me pause real quick. Guys, whenever a crime is committed, there's elements to the crime, okay? There needs to be certain things in place, right, for that crime to stand. I'll give you guys an example. Murder in the first degree, aka murder.
Premeditated.
Premeditated. Thank you so much. I had a brain fart there. Premeditated murder, right? In order for you.
Hey man, I'm making funny, bro. Come on, I got to.
Anyway, so with premeditated murder, right? You need to be able to establish, right, that the killer took acts, right, and planned this out to some kind of degree, right? Because they planned it out, then they committed the murder versus it was an accident, right? That is one of the main distinguishing things which will determine you getting murder 1 and getting the death penalty, or murder 2 and getting maybe a life sentence or 20 or 30 years. Okay, so that is what an example of what the element of the crime is. So in this case, when it comes to the grape, they don't necessarily even have the elements of the crime, guys. Wild.
Once again, what is being put out there? That he's gonna be guilty. He's framed for this crime, and I guarantee you, these same platforms putting out this media agenda will not push this actual interview because they know it's the truth, but it doesn't sell. It doesn't look good if they say this now, going back on what they said earlier.
Yeah.
So it is, guys, the truth is going to be said on this platform. We keep it 1,000 guys all the way. And look, here's the facts here, guys, from his own lawyer. So,
all right,
here we go.
All right, let's keep going.
And also, guys, we get it. This is a rough draft of the conversion of what was said, because obviously it was in Romanian, not English, but you get the gist of it, guys.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, now we know very well that the judge of rights and freedoms does not tackle the merits as the pretrial. What's the time stamp on this right now, Chris?
527.
527. Okay.
Yo, can he sue the Romanian government for this?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
All right, so go to 545. So now they're going to ask him about, yeah, right there is fine. Now they're going to ask about human trafficking, the trafficking of human beings. Let's go ahead and hit play. And that of organized criminal group. Allow me, however, to point out the following issue. So she's asking about the human trafficking and organized criminal group charges, right? So he goes, even though the judge of rights and freedoms at the time of considering the proposal for the issuance of a preventative arrest warrant is not in the procedural moment to consider the facts, but the provisions of the 204 Code of Criminal Procedure in conjunction with the 223 Code of Criminal Procedure, which is Romanian law. Do not forget that the 223 Code of Criminal Procedure refers to reasonable suspicion. Okay, so that's their threshold over there in Romania. In order for me, as a judge of rights and freedoms, to be able to analyze reasonable suspicion, I must analyze the reasons described in detail in the report with the proposal for preventive arrest presented by the prosecutor, in conjunction with elements from the criminal file, which I have in front of me when I analyze the proposal. Or if after a few hours, the judge of rights and liberties studying the criminal investigation file, in conjunction with the information contained in the report with the proposal for preventative arrest, assesses there are no elements to create reasonable suspicion on the perpetration of this act. It is obvious that the judge himself supports the opinion of the defense. We have no evidence. Bam. Once again. Okay, so she's going to go back to the grape. Okay, so she's going to ask about extrajudicial experts, okay, which basically are people that interviewed the witnesses, okay? I'll go ahead and we'll play it, and we'll let you guys kind of come to your own conclusion here, right? Go ahead, run it. So you have in full, by the existence of 2 extrajudicial expert reports, which were allegedly sorry guys, the translation is a little bit slower, but so they were allegedly made with reference to the 2 women, the one who is an American citizen and the one who is from Moldova. So pause. So we know that the 2, victims of the potential grape are an American and the Moldovan. Which we know this girl has already lied before about the goddamn being held against her will. Now grape as well?
Bro, you want a witch hunt? That's what happened to Andrew and Tristan, bro. They say, you know what? Actually, there was a Twitter post, right? We called earlier. Call conspiracy, whatever you want. They said it was coming to happen to Andrew and Tristan in October of last year. And this happened right around the time that they said, but why? Why? Once again, the media, and I don't know who's behind this, but apparently they had a push to the Romanian people to say, you know what? Here's what's been said against Andrew Tristan. Let's go ahead and press charges, pretty much, or go forward with the actual move. And dude, who knows why, but it happened. And now we're really realizing here there's no facts to stand on. It's just, hey, you know what? Let's put them in jail or detain them for a period of time, and let's find evidence against them. And who's to say that they won't find false evidence to put there as well? Who knows?
Crazy, bro.
So
let's keep going.
Yeah.
See, y'all see, guys, but there's more. It gets crazier. Yeah, this is nothing. What you guys are hearing. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The Republic of Moldova. I want to ask you specifically, what is the matter with these extrajudicial expert reports when they were carried out, and when were they drawn up? And if you have any comments on this, this shit's about to get crazy, guys. All right. So let's see about these reports.
About to be wild.
So he laughs. Nice question, and thank you very much for asking it. I tell you why it was one of our defenses that we tried to use in our favor of the defendants when we were considering the proposal for pretrial detention. We are talking about two reports, extrajudicial evidence. What does extrajudicial evidence mean? That it was not requested by the prosecutor. That it was not requested by the prosecutor. Wait, go back, Chris. Just a second if you can. It's sorry, guys. These translations are difficult because it'll go fast 1 second, then slow the other. So it goes extrajudicial, that it was not requested by the prosecutor, that it was not requested by the prosecutor, that the alleged victim, the alleged injured person, went to the office of a random psychologist. What do I know? Chosen only according to the criteria of that particular person, known only to the applicant, and following discussions and analysis carried out by the professional. This expert report was issued. I don't even know why we call it an expert. A report. It's not even a real expert report. This, I call it the point of view of a psychologist, was issued regarding the so-called traumas that being analyzed. The people undergoing psychological control by the professional in question have suffered. What it seems to me and what I don't understand, how could the accusation that have based itself on the extrajudicial evidence, and how could it be presented to the court in the proposal for preventative arrest, detention as evidence that this extrajudicial expert opinion with the quotation marks that are required was the basis for the proposal, when for such serious offenses so reprehensible evidence should be presented at the time of the proposal for provisional arrest, which does not leave any doubt as to impartiality or partiality, which does not leave any doubt as to the veracity of the evidence as to the person who asked for it to be granted and administered. So actually, I believe that the injured parties submitted such a report to the prosecutor. It was filed in a case file, and as a great piece of evidence in the case file, it was argued that the trauma exists and consequently the aggression in whatever form it was expressed. It also proven, not even remotely as a matter of law. Wait, go back a second.
Does it stand?
Oh, does it? It says as a matter of law, does it stand?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll read that one more time. Not even remotely as a matter of law does it stand. I would like you to point me out, please, if possible. When exactly were these? Okay, so the lady now is asking, when exactly were these expertises taken? When were these assessments on those two girls performed, and are they still in the country at this time? I stated from the beginning that I would limit myself to presenting in our discussion elements of a nature that would not endanger the criminal investigation or hinder in any way the proper conduct of the criminal process. But in the spirit of equality, I answer that we do not know whether at this moment the two are still in the country or not. Hold up. So you're telling me we got expert witnesses that interviewed these girls that we don't even know their credentials, right? And they were interviewed. We don't know what the hell really went on during the interviews. The witnesses more than likely aren't even in the country. Like, what is going on here?
And he also said as well that they had psychologists examine them, and we don't know if they're professionals or not. They just got some written paper that's probably not true, and they give it to the judge as evidence. and it's being held as an actual evidential document, which is crazy.
And we don't even know where they're at.
They could be
What?
here, they could be in Dubai, they could be in Romania. We don't know.
How the hell are you going to accuse someone of such a serious crime without the witnesses there?
My friend, I don't know. I really don't know. This is crazy, bro.
Hey, is mainstream media going to report this?
This shit is wild, bro.
Hey, CNN, Fox, are any of you fucking idiots going to report this?
Oh, no. You know who won't do it? Vice won't do it.
Vice? Yo, are y'all going to report this?
Vice won't do it. You know what they're going to put out there? False news.
Yeah. Are y'all going to
Lies.
report this shit?
No, they won't.
Guys, it gets better. And don't worry, there's more shit.
Oh, man.
Wait, there's more?
There's more.
There's more.
But wait, there's more. I feel like I'm selling some fucking shit on an infomercial. There's more. But wait, there's more. You know, Greta's retarded ass. You know what I mean? In the fucking back, you gotta recycle your pizza boxes. Like, bro, this is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Wild. Wild.
You know the worst part? These women that are these witnesses, so to speak, are giving this evidence, won't be named. But I wish we knew who they were to say, you know what? You're a liar. We caught you. You should have something done to you as well. But legally, of course. But it's crazy. It's just crazy, bro. Think about this.
Wow, bro.
That's
Let's
my
keep
favorite.
going. But we got more to cover. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Okay, so it seems they're no longer in the country, that the psychological experts were drawn up around the time they left the country. And here again, there in uncertainty, it seems from the data that the experts were drawn up after the departure from the country. But I'm thinking why these injured persons are not in Romanian territory today, why the prosecution for respecting the fundamental rights of the accused to prove their innocence and somehow enjoying the presumption of innocence cannot be heard at this time. We are in a situation where someone throws a bomb, a whole chaos is created. Everyone is trying to find the answers. As for the person who threw the bomb, we don't know if he still exists, where he exists, if he still supports his accusation, if he no longer supports his accusation. So basically, at this moment, we know that some people have made some statements or complaints contrary to the interests of other people. They left undisturbed, and today we don't know where to get them. But probably at the moment when the criminal prosecution material will finally be made available to ensure, pause real quick, Chris, to us to ensure the effective defense of our clients, we as defenders will also learn more data concerning this subject. Guys, do you not see what the hell is going on here? We got these two victims, not even in country. The reports were drawn up sometime around the time they left. They're using that as a basis to charge these guys, and the defense can't even properly cross-examine the accusers.
What does that mean? There's no evidence. So this is a political move or the Matrix move? What is it?
Clown world.
Yeah.
Clown world. Every man that is listening to this broadcast right now needs to understand that you must protect yourself, bro. A girl can make a fucking accusation on you, not even substantiated, go to some individual that calls himself a psychologist, say, I feel this way. They go ahead and write some shit up. Yeah, okay? And then they give that, hey, Romanian prosecutor, take this, because I didn't like the way they treated me at the party. I didn't get attention, all right? And then, next thing you know, you get fucking arrested. And they're not even in the country.
You know, I used to think that if you leave the United States, you're fine. But apparently, it seems to me now more than ever that if you leave the United States of America, you go anywhere else, and you associate with Americans in that totality, you can still be tried for that same issue. Which means, for example, if I go to, let's say, for example, I go to Poland, right? And I date an American girl, or she comes over to visit me, and she lies on me, what's going to happen to me too? It's like, bro, nobody's safe, especially if you're in America. But if you leave as well.
Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's keep going. But don't worry, guys. It gets worse. It gets worse.
It gets worse?
Yeah. What's the time stamp that we're at real quick, Chris?
12:37.
Okay, 12:37. All right. All right. Let's keep going. And we're going to fast forward here in a little bit. But this is a 37-minute interview, guys. If you guys want to check it out, we'll put the link in the chat for y'all.
I want to cover Vice, man. And then niggas lied.
Okay, so-called trauma suffered. Does that mean go back, Chris, to where we were at before? I want to make sure I translate this stuff read it out loud for the people. Okay. Since they have been injured parties in the case that have claimed damages or extortion, rather, or no, we didn't read that yet. Go back to 12. Was 12 what? 47 that we're at originally?
Yeah, we were earlier.
Okay. Or go back a bit. Go to like 1240. Or no, 1230. 1230. Fuck
Yeah,
1230.
Cool.
Sorry, guys, we got to be precise here. Okay. To us, to ensure the effective defense of our clients, we as defenders will also learn more data concerning this subject. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, guys. Since they have been injured parties in the case and have claimed damages or extortion, rather as a result of the so-called trauma suffered, does that mean that the preliminary complaints are still upheld, except that I understand that at this stage, you do not know when exactly these persons left, when precisely the assessments was made, and whether they can be heard again, so that you too can ask questions. So basically, guys, he wants to cross-examine and he can't. Directly and in court at the time of the trial, this could be done by video conference. It can be done by video electronic means. Also, among the evidence requested by us, the defense, on behalf of our clients, we sent to the public prosecutor's office notes of evidence in which we even requested a confrontation of the injured parties with the clients we represent. So far, the case investigator, the prosecutor, has not expressed a position on the proposed what? Evidence. In your experience, do you think that? Pause real quick, Chris.
Dude, is the speed brought up, Chris?
No. Sometimes it's fast and other times it's slow.
You sure?
It's
Yeah.
No, you sped it up.
Yeah, it is, but sometimes it's too slow.
Okay.
Okay.
In your experience, do you think that we are now calling the Tate case is an investigation? Okay. So she asked him, like, do you think other powers are at B? And, you know, he's basically smart. He's like, hey, listen, we're going to keep it strictly factual, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So let's fast forward real quick into 1510. Okay. And once again. Okay. So she asked a question. He says, I don't have the file. I'm going back to that. I don't have the file. Again, guys, this is egregious. The fact that this has been going on for this many weeks or almost 2 weeks now, and he doesn't even have the file that's supposed to have the evidence against his clients is crazy to me, guys. All right. I mean, in any type of criminal procedure, right, with any form of rule of law, the defense is supposed to have access to the file against their client. All right. Also, there's a mention of consular assistance, right, which I can summarize that for you guys. Basically, what happened is they asked them, are the Tates receiving consular assistance? And we could go up to 19 minutes on this one, Chris. Okay, to the best of my knowledge, the consular representative discussed the Tate brothers' wishes regarding the respect of their rights to an accurate translation of every document, every prosecution document, every indictment, every stage of the proceedings. And I understand that they have already been assured that a competent certified translation will be prosecution and documents of the criminal prosecution effective. And from this point of view, the respect of the... So basically, guys, they should be getting a copy of everything in translation. Rights of American citizens. You said they requested a competent certified translation. Am I to understand that there was a court translation when the DICOT prosecutor's remand was defended not exactly accurate? So, guys, the Tates got court translation documents that were not 100% accurate. All right? And that had to be, that was brought up as well. So not only are they being charged for crimes that they can't even, confront the people that are alleging these crimes against them, and there's no necessarily evidence besides victim statements. But on top of that, they're not even getting properly translated documents of what the hell they're being charged with. So there's a whole bunch of bullshit going on. All right, let's go ahead and hit play again. And the lawyer here is being professional. Pause. So yes, I had to deal with this situation without wishing to refer in any way to the professional competence of the lady. Pause. He's not going to throw her under the bus.
Yeah.
He's just going to say, there was a lot of talk, a lot of information, but the Tate brothers repeatedly pointed out that they didn't understand the translation and looked at the defense quite scared, quite wondering what was going on, what was being talked about. I intervened on 2 occasions, both myself and my colleague Andrian, to ask about to change the translator, as the defendants do not understand faithfully or even generally the charges brought against them. Yo, that is wild to me, bro.
Yeah. Is there any way that, because they're not from Romania itself, like I say the UK or US government could actually help, or no?
That's what's going on.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's if it's the American consulate or the British consulate. As you guys know, Andrew and Tristan have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
But they are getting assistance to make sure that the documents are being transcribed properly. But yo, there's already been mess ups where the lawyers had to intervene and be like, yo, my defendants don't understand what's going on here. The translator is incompetent. Okay. So this is wild, bro. This is crazy to me of the injustices that are occurring over there right now in Romania.
Will this happen in Dubai, you think? I doubt, right?
I mean, for one, they would probably need real evidence versus like some girl from Moldova and some chick from the US saying, we were raped, when there's conflicting evidence against that, crazy.
Yeah.
And then let's see here. Let's go to
Free Tate, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Free Tate, bros.
21, Chris.
21. Can you do something for me?
Okay. Go ahead and hit play. So now we're going to go into the other charges. With regards to the two offenses, trafficking in human beings and organized crime group, what evidence is there in the file? In my view, there is no evidence. They're either, and I am talking about evidence leading by itself or directly to the formation of an opinion of reasonable suspicion regarding the commission of offenses provided for and punishable by criminal law. In this case, we're talking about human trafficking and organized crime. The documents to which we have so far had access do not accurately describe matters relating to the constituent elements of the offense. For organized criminal group, they do not accurately describe the hierarchy of the group. They do not describe the function of each person who is part of this alleged criminal group. And also with regards to trafficking in human beings, as the offense is described, it does not comply with the legal requirements concerning the way in which the offense of trafficking in human beings is committed. Pause. So what did he just say there, guys? When it comes to the charges against Andrew, when it comes to organized criminal activity, right, and human trafficking, there are elements of the crime that need to be met. So as far as the organized criminal activity, there's no hierarchy. There's no role of each member. There's no established outline of duties and what they do to perpetuate their criminal organization. None of that stuff,
like a RICO,
was substantiated, right, in accordance with the Romanian law. And then as far as like the human trafficking goes, they have not met the prerequisite elements from that either. So they're just charging them with these charges with no real substantiation because they're not meeting any of the elements from what they've seen.
Wow.
So just so, and then he's going to go into the details of the human trafficking charges, right? Just so everyone understands. So when we talk about human trafficking, we have in mind strictly by law. Let's keep going. Transportation against the will, shelter also by coercion, and so on. Are you saying that there is no evidence whatsoever from the motivated reasoning of the judge of rights? So basically, guys, pause. So you guys saw it there: coercion, being held against will, etc. Is any of that in there? No. Now he's going to go into a scenario. Okay. I'm going to step out of our file and ask you rhetorically the following question. If, in our understanding from our discussions, you propose to me to come and visit me on the territory of Romania, you being a Spanish citizen, and I ask you several times, are you sure you want to come? Are you sure you want us to meet? And well, pause real quick, go back real quick.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Are you sure you want to come? Are you sure you want us to meet? And you also motivate your decision to come and visit me, i.e. the fact that you no longer like Spain since you travel quite a lot and I provide you with the financial means so that we can see each other. Is there any constraint in my transporting you as a person on the territory of Romania? No, obviously not. But what happens next also matters. Let's say to Romania, get in touch with you and then live in transportation after I come. Let's say to Romania, get in touch with you and then I live in your house or in the there's the interviewer now neighborhood, and things happen that traumatize me because we want everyone to be well informed on these issues. 6 complaints. However, this is not true. Pause. We're about to get into a bombshell here, guys. So he basically said, yo, if I invite you to my place and you come from another country and you come willingly and I just give you the money to travel, are you really being trafficked?
Also, you can leave at any time.
And you can leave at any time. And like, I'm telling you, are you sure you want to come, etc. And you come? Is that really being trafficked? No. Right?
Common sense, right?
Anyone with common sense would be like, no, that's not coercion. That's not being forced, etc. You have multiple opportunities to decide if you don't want to come, etc. Like, no one is putting a gun in your head saying, you must come to Romania.
That would
like,
mean anyone that flies a girl out could be held under this account. This means,
Yeah.
yo, you're hosting in California. Yo, you're in Europe, fly over here. I got you with a flight.
Oh, y'all niggas that fly chicks out. Y'all are all human traffickers, bro.
Whoa.
Y'all are all human traffickers, bro.
Whoa, that's wow.
According to this logic.
That's crazy.
See how crazy this could be?
Man.
All right? So now we're going to get into the 6 complaints, right? Remember how, guys, there's 6 victims that came forward and made allegations or whatever? It gets better, all right? So he says, so the lawyer says, this is not true. And then she asks, why do you say this is not true? That's all I can tell you. There are not 6 complaints. Let's hit play. There aren't 6. Okay, there aren't just two complaints either. There are several statements, and of those statements, part of them have been considered as given by victims, but they are presented as victims without having the status of injured party in the case or having
ever filed a complaint against the clients I represent.
What do you have? What have? Okay, go back, Chris, because I want this to be very clear right here.
We've just said it's very important.
Yeah, this is very, very important. Go back like a few seconds. This is a bombshell here.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back more. More. A little bit more.
That's good.
Okay. Go, one more time. Go back. Okay. One more time. Sorry. Okay. Hit play.
Se întâmplă lucruri care mă traumatizează pe mine, pentru că avem aici ca toată lumea să fie
So she's gonna
informată pe aceste aspecte. 6 plângeri.
Issues 6 complaints, however, and then he goes, "This isn't true." Why do you say this is not true? That's all I can tell you. There are not 6 complaints. Are there only 2? There aren't just 2 complaints, but there aren't 6 complaints either. There are several statements, and of those statements, part of them have been considered as given by victims, but they are presented as victims without having the status of injured party in the case or having ever filed a complaint against the clients I represent. What you have just said is very important. So there are people, girls who have made statements, but who have been presented by the DICA as victims, although they do not have a prior complaint at this time, and therefore there would not be 6 prior complaints. And I stop. I've given general data. It's data that the client gave me as a mandate to present. I can't talk any further. Pause. Okay, guys, what the hell just happened there? So these 6 complaints that they're saying are 6 witnesses. Some of them are being presented as witnesses when, as victims when they're not by the prosecution.
Are you saying
Just
that?
because
Are you saying that women can't lie, or can they lie?
they can definitely lie, and on top of that, the government can go ahead and make them a victim when they never are a victim. And some of you guys might not believe me, so I got some more proof for y'all. I got a interview here from a Romanian outlet, right, that shows that 2 of the women that they're using as victims don't want to be labeled as victims. All right.
There we go.
Can we play this clip, Chris, that we got here from the Telegram? Mo has it set up for you.
So in summary, this is a setup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruh.
All right, guys, we're going to play this clip. 2 of the girls, right, that said that are victims allegedly. This is what they got to say.
I will also like to say a thing. I think it's pretty embarrassing that 9 months after the first raid in April last year, we gave our statements in which clearly we said we weren't the victims. It wasn't until a couple of days ago, I think. Yeah, a couple of days ago that we found out about the whole situation. So I'm pretty annoyed and upset, and I don't understand why this is happening.
Okay, just a second, because
Pause.
I have to speak in my language.
Did y'all hear that? Bro, 2 of the victims that the prosecution is using against Andrew and Tristan Tate are on news saying, I don't know why they're labeling us victims.
We are upset.
We're upset. That we're annoyed by this. We said we already did an interview. We said that we're not victims. We're not being trafficked, any of this stuff. Yet the government is still trying to paint these women as victims, contrary to them saying that they are not.
So ultimately,
This isn't an agenda.
who's behind this is what I want to know. Because at this point, even victims are saying, hey, it wasn't us.
Yo,
So who's behind it?
Fox, CNN, Vice, all you pieces of shit. Why are you guys not reporting this?
Oh, it's the
All
truth.
you haters out there that are saying, yo, Andrew and Tristan are traffickers, blah, blah, blah. There's 6 witnesses against them. Why are y'all not showing this? 2 of the girls that the government is trying to use as victims against Andrew and Tristan are on a fucking Romanian news channel right now telling y'all, I don't know why they're using us as victims. We already gave a statement to the police. We are not victims. Incredible. Guys, so let's go through this. We got a defense attorney that does not have the criminal file against his clients. Okay, 45 minutes before the hearing, where they're going to be held for 30 days, he gets he gets access to the file for 45 minutes, right? prior to the hearing in which his clients are going to be held for 30 days. Of course, he doesn't have time to prepare in 45 minutes and read through a 100-page document of all the facts that the prosecution is presenting, right? We have 2 victims, allegedly, of rape. And guess what? Those victims are not in the country. They can't be cross-examined. And they were interviewed by people that may or may not be purported experts or psychologists. The prosecution is using this in their file to go ahead and substantiate a charge of rape. Mind you, this girl, we know exactly who she is, right? She's from here in Miami. This chick is the same one that said, I was being held against my will, when in reality, she was cheating on her fucking boyfriend, did not want to admit that shit. So she lied to him. He calls the U.S. Embassy. They send the police and they come in and do all this search, etc. They say, oh, let's look at the video cameras. They look at the video cameras. What is this dumb bimbo doing? She's partying. She's drinking. She's dancing. She's hanging out. She leaves the fucking house to go get a goddamn pizza and comes back. Tell me, if you're a trafficking victim being held against your will, being kidnapped, you will leave the house, get some Uber Eats, and come back to your captors.
Common sense.
Wait,
What the fuck is going on?
Common sense,
Can
man.
I ask what flavor was the pizza?
Yo,
No.
guys,
Flavor?
do you not see? And then on top of that, they're saying there's 6 victims. And you got 2 girls here on the news saying, yo, we're not victims. Do you guys not see all the holes in the prosecution's case right now? But the mainstream media is not going to report this to you guys. They're not going to go ahead and show, maybe these charges aren't substantiated. Like, are the witnesses credible? What's going on here? They don't have anything. This is why they don't want to give the file over to the defense, because they know if they give that file over to the defense, it's going to be brought out to the light that the Romania government has no fucking credible evidence. The witnesses are shoddy at best, and they've been proven to already lie. One girl lied to her boyfriend and called the U.S. Embassy because she didn't want to be caught out on cheating. This is a fact. This isn't me just talking shit, because if it was true that she was being held against her will back in April, they would have arrested him back fucking then, but they didn't.
Right away.
Why not? Because they looked at the surveillance footage and they saw her leave the compound and come back after getting some food and partying with the friends and drinking alcohol and putting it all over her Instagram story. That's what got her caught, and her boyfriend asked her, why are you at the Tate's house? And instead of saying, you know what, man, I'm a whore and I want to suck some other dude's dick, my bad. What does she say? I'm being held against my will. This is the most egregious abuse of a justice system I have ever seen in my fucking life. In my 10 years plus of law enforcement experience, looking at evidence, interviewing witnesses, I have never seen this level of fucking clown world investigation, prosecution, and miscarriage of justice ever. I've never seen this shit. This is fucking credible. If Andrew and Tristan can't defend themselves, we fucking will. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
And the mainstream media is not going to tell y'all this shit.
What's the next move then if they're found to be falsifying these charges against Andrew and Tristan? What's the next move? Because at this point, they're not going to put it out to the news. I mean, we can put it out because it's our platform. Like, what's the next step? Because at this point, we know it's all bullcrap.
Yo, listen, man, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, British, the British consulate, the American consulate, y'all need to see what the hell is going on. This is a miscarriage of justice against American and British citizens.
Yeah.
This is bullshit. Incredible that it's even gotten this far. And the fact that no one else is reporting this tells me how strong the Matrix is trying to fucking put Andrew and Tristan in jail. I've been told y'all this is cap weeks ago.
Yeah.
But now you guys have it. You guys are seeing it with your own 2 eyes.
In 4K.
In 4K. I've been told y'all these are bullshit charges. Oh, Myron, you're just saying that because Andrew and Tristan are your friends. You're biased. You can't be impartial in this. Like, you don't understand. Like, I saw clips of him talking about, pimping hoes and all this other stuff from like 2018, 2019. You guys got to understand, man, that, and the lawyer addresses this as well in this interview. Like, so when you're a social media content creator, etc., right? You got to have charisma. You got to have the ability to command an audience. You got to be able to have some shock value, etc. So the way Andrew speaks and does things, right? He does it obviously because he's on the internet, well, marketing, etc. This is all marketing, guys. Okay, do you really think he's out here doing this shit like pimping chicks and doing all this crazy shit in Romania, as they said? Like, no, bro, no.
Honestly, bro, this is kind of like, for example, when someone's online, right? They have a persona. That's his persona online. Of course, he's still the same person, but we're just saying it's for you guys. It's got
to be sensationalized to a degree.
Tell a story, which is true on some level, but it's like to him, you captivated, get you, with the story. The point is that, like, when Andrew speaks to you online, people say, "Oh, this is serious." How that he's joking,
Yeah.
making fun of it. It's like satirical sometimes. So it's
Yeah.
like you taking it personal, bro. It's just you.
Yeah, you can't take it like
You
at
can't.
100% face value. You got to have a little bit of common sense and a little bit of, social acuity to be able to be like, all right, decipher. All right, I get it. A little bit of showmanship, whatever. And the defense attorney, because here's the thing, they use that, right, to hold him for 30 days. Oh, he doesn't respect the Romanian government. He doesn't respect the law enforcement. Oh, yeah, he talks about how he hangs out with mafia bosses, all this other bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to use that to hold him. Like they use that, right, against him to hold him, even though they didn't have evidence. They just said, we think he's a flight risk, and they used all that. But the lawyer was arguing, yo, bro, like, come on, man. Like, a social media persona does not necessarily mean that's how you are or all these, this is how it is.
Yeah. It's just sad because you can put that content for their agenda and make it work. So I get what they're doing.
Yeah,
but
and they're spinning the clips out of context too.
Yeah,
like they're not just like taking they're not just like they're not playing the whole thing. They're playing 10 seconds of it.
Yeah,
and be like, look at this, see? Oh, like the part where he's being extra animated or whatever. They take that. Oh, look, see, he's out here doing this. Look, it's according to his own word.
But you know why this is dangerous? Before back in the day, you just get canceled for your clips. However, putting it in the court system, your clips, bro, that's legal now. That's your life on the line. So overall, guys, like I'll just see this as like a hit piece on Andrew, 100%. But now it's in the legal system in Romania. It's worse because now it's his life or his freedom, which to me is bullcrap because, dude, that means anybody can be tried for their videos online, which is wild.
And some of y'all talking about, he wasn't paying up. Guys, there's girls that were poor that Andrew turned into millionaires.
Yeah.
There's girls that weren't making any money that they were getting paid 10, 20, 30K a month.
And even today, they're grateful for what he did for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So y'all can say, but what about him not paying him? Bro, he turned so many girls into fucking millionaires. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Someone got families too.
Yeah. And in Romania, bro, you make 10K a month in Romania?
Oh,
bro.
You balling. You a top G, for real. So.
And why? And think about it. If he was really such a pimp and such a bad person, why didn't these allegations come out 5, 7, 8 years ago at the height of his webcam career?
Oh, maybe it wasn't true.
Maybe
it wasn't true.
They're coming now in April all of a sudden when they downsized everything from some random Moldovan hoe and some American chick. But it didn't come almost a decade ago when they were doing this stuff full time with 75 girls. So tell me how that makes sense.
And your Vice, bro, talk about news and reporting, bro. That's the biggest false news I've seen yet. Like, you want to put it out now? Man, Vice need to chill out, bro.
All right. Real quick. So let's keep going here. Then we got a quick ad, a quick word from our sponsor.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, y'all heard this. So the 6 victims. Let's go back to the clip real quick, Chris, at the hypothetical.
What time stamp?
Where we at right now?
25 minutes.
We're at 25 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, go to 26 minutes. And before we play, and this is crazy, guys, by the way, what you guys are about to hear right here about 26 minutes. Real quick, we'll run our ad because we got to run it. And then we'll show you guys this thing. This is another crazy piece of evidence here. We'll run it real quick. Quick word from our sponsor, guys. Give us 1 sec.
There you go.
This episode is sponsored by Rocket Money. Hey, guys, this is Myron Gaines from the Fresh Fit Podcast. Are you guys wasting money? You guys better not be. You guys know how much we discuss about you wasting your money. People don't understand how easy it is to waste money because we rarely notice. And Fresh and I are not ashamed to admit that we have been there, so we know how it's like. And you remember us telling stories on how we used to waste money on subscriptions, but we're not the only ones. Say goodbye to last year's outdated, disorganized methods of managing your money and say hello to Rocket Money, a better way to hack your finances in 2023. Rocket Money, formerly known as Truebill, is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. Over 80% of people have subscriptions they forgot about, like that streaming service you bought to watch just one show on, or that free trial that you never even used. Rocket Money will quickly and easily identify subscriptions for you so you can stop paying for the ones you don't want. Rocket Money makes canceling subscriptions easy as a click of a button. Simply find a subscription you don't want and press cancel, and Rocket Money will cancel it for you. No more long hold times with customer service or tedious emailing back and forth. Over 3 million people have used Rocket Money, saving the average person up to $720 a year. Stop throwing your money away, cancel unwanted subscriptions, and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/freshfit. That's rocketmoney.com/freshfit. One more time, rocketmoney.com/freshfit. Peace out, guys. All right. Sorry about that, guys. So now we're going to go to the last piece here. Sorry. L ad read. Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Pays the bills, man.
Hey, man. All right. So now we're going to get into a discussion here on the search of the electronics. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Okay, if on April 11, 2022, when I am a witness, a house search takes place, all the computer systems in my house are seized. I cooperate with the criminal investigation authorities. I make available, I make requests for the return of part of my property so that this case can be dealt with swiftly, as it may affect my image and nothing happens. On December 29th, a search takes place in the same house. The objects that were the subject of the April search are seized again. Part of them return, so they April search are seized. Again, part of them return, so they were the same. Some of them, yes, not quite the same, but some of them, yes. If I had a mobile phone return to me, let's say in July, now the same phone is seized again in December, there are no new facts in the prosecution.
Oh, man.
Documents between April 11th and December 29th. We are not talking about new facts or acts by the prosecution during the reference period. That was the question I wanted to ask you. These people obviously don't understand anything anymore. Sir, what prompted the prosecution body not to take such an action or throw out such a procedural quality on April 11th and prompted it on December 29th? Pause. There, right there, guys, is the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Y'all threw it out back in April, and now you guys are coming back at it here in December with no new facts. Because think about it, the witnesses are gone. They've been gone. The Moldovan and this chick, what happened?
Back in Miami.
Right?
Chilling.
They're gone. And then you got these 6 witnesses and victims, which we already know 2 of them are like, what the fuck is going on here?
You know what had me? The tattoo part. Tattoo on my inner thigh owned by Andrew Tate. Owned by the Tates. Bro, really? Really, bro? Where's the proof? Show me the proof, bro.
Incredible.
Man.
Let's keep going. Maybe because there were no prior complaints. Well, let's say there were no prior complaints, or some statements would not have transformed. The quality of some statements would not have changed somehow. Quality of some people into victims. But I go back and show there are no new elements. It is not about new elements leading from my point of view as a defender. Obviously, the prosecution has a different position, but from my point of view as a lawyer, I say this: if I don't have new elements, what is the basis of the arrest proposal? Concrete social danger to public order on 223 second section, paragraph 2, second section Code of Criminal Procedure. That is to say, I rely on issues that support my theory that letting the defendant go free would be a concrete social danger to public order, would create a disadvantageous image of the execution of justice, of the way justice is carried out. The defendant could evade prosecution and flee. Or, concerning the Tate brothers, even if we were dealing at that time on April 11, 2022 with an in rem prosecution, it was obvious that the criminal prosecution was following, right? Clear. And then if I know on April 11th that there is a file where prosecution documents are being made for an act of rape that targets me, they left the territory of Romania at least 6 times and returned and never ran away. What could have determined them in December to charge them the way they collaborate with the criminal investigation bodies? Because guys, remember, Andrew and Tristan did cooperate with the police and give them everything they needed.
Dude, they complied, came in, get them whatever they needed, and like you said before, and they let them go because they saw, okay, you know what? You guys are right. This was false.
Yeah. So what the hell is going on? Where is this is true. The witnesses clearly have not been in Romania since. So what new evidence do y'all have? Okay. He goes, I understand that there are, however, in the motivated reasoning, some transcripts, shall we say, or certain fragments of discussions that would have taken place between them and the injured person, so to speak. And there are some, shall we say, statements made by one of the Tate brothers on certain social media channels from which the judge of rights and freedoms retained that there was a contempt for law and for women in general. Those seem to have weighed quite heavily in convincing the judge to grant the arrest warrant. Pause. So what did I tell you guys before? I called it, 2 weeks ago now, that they were not going to hold the Tate brothers on actual evidence. They were going to hold them on their social
Suspicion.
media interviews,
Yeah.
suspicion, and their ability to flee because they have multiple passports
Flight risk,
and money. It was not going to be on real evidence. It was going to be on, I think that they can leave. And what happened? That is exactly what they used to hold them. Not evidence, but rather social media posts and them saying that they have passports and money. That's what got them held.
Yeah.
Okay? Because you guys already see, we've looked at the real evidence. Victims, almost non-existent.
Two of the girls
Statements,
don't even want to be victims.
Two of the victims don't even want to be victims. The two girls that are claiming grape, where are they? We don't even have a real statement from them. They have some expert testimony with some expert interview. What? From people that we don't even know if they're necessarily experts.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is where the lawyer goes into how, obviously your social media persona isn't necessarily you. And he talks about how, the marketing and everything else, which we discussed before. So, and they talk about that kind of throughout the rest of the interview.
You can watch the full interview,
we can go watch the full interview.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to hit some of the high points here. So let's go on Twitter real quick because they actually have this interview summarized on there too. I'm going to run through it real fast for y'all on there, and then we're going to talk about Vice and close this thing out because Vice, they're also a bunch of idiots as well.
Stupid.
So go all the way up to the top, Chris. All right. So we're going to run through this, guys. So as you guys know, Eugene Videnak also talks about the absolutely unusual situation in which the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest is in the conditions in which it notified the criminal investigation bodies regarding the kidnapping and seizure of an American citizen by Tate brothers, but at the same time, it is obliged to provide consular assistance to the two defendants who have American and British citizenship. 3, the lawyer says that he requested the confirmation of the victims with Andrew and Tristan, the victims of whom he has information that they have not been in Romania for some time. We talked about that, right? And guys, in any kind of due process of law where you're presumed innocent, like it is your right to be able to face your accusers.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes. You need to be able to cross-examine them and see how credible they are. They're not even around. How the hell can you levy a charge against them without the witnesses in country? Incredible.
And they ain't coming back, man.
Right. And on top of that, we know that one of the witnesses is not credible because she literally lied to her boyfriend in April
yeah.
about her being held against her will when in reality she was cheating.
And they found no evidence.
She was cheating.
Once again.
All right. In the interview, you will also learn details about the 2 extrajudicial expert reports, but also about the fact that the Tate brothers, in the lawyer's opinion, played a role to track followers on social media, which cannot stand as evidence in prosecution. Yes, and we talked about that, guys. Having online persona doesn't necessarily make you guilty. Lady, you are to defend your clients, the Tate brothers, again on January 10th. Up to this point, have you had access to the file to formulate your defense? Lawyer, unfortunately, no. And you guys know that hearing is tomorrow, so he can get them to try to get them out on this 30 days. They filed an appeal. All right. I would like to point out that the Tate brothers had their status changed from witnesses to suspects and from suspects to defendants on the evening of December 29, 2022, the date until which they had the status of witnesses so that they would not. All right. The date until which they had the status of witnesses so that they would not have had the opportunity to study the criminal investigation file. They're detained on the occasion of the notification of the quality of the defendants and the issuance of the detention order by the DICOT prosecutor, so that on December 30th at 2 p.m., the deadline for discussing the proposal to issue a preventive arrest warrant for a period of 30 days. So I'm starting to think, guys, that there might have been some kind of conspiracy to make them witnesses and not necessarily suspects until they were going to arrest them and then be like, okay, we're not going to give you access to the file. Let's get them held for 30 days. Like this seems to me to be deliberate.
I looked at the video for the arrest, right? Why were the cameramen circling them like they knew they were going to be there?
Bro,
the van stopped in the middle of the road. Cameraman took a shot, then drove off. I'm like, bro, this is premeditated, like, arrest. Like, dude, they planned this shit.
Their arrest photos are so professional that I was like, these cameras are better than fucking Maxim 4K. What the hell?
I'll say it again. There was a guy on Twitter that called this in October of last year. The same exact day it happened, they got arrested, bro. I don't know how he knew this shit, but there's an agenda happening here, bro. I don't know who it is, who's behind it, but bro, this is not fair at all.
And then, as we discussed before, we had the opportunity as defenders to study the criminal investigation file 45 minutes before the start of the hearing, the date or time when we also became aware of the content of the proposal of the report with the proposal of preventive arrest, which had over 100 pages. Then she goes, the first searches in the file took place in April 2022 when several computers, laptops, equipment, everything that was found there was seized. During this period, while there were witnesses until December 29th, where these assets returned to them. Lawyer, some of them, on the occasion of the search April 11, 2022, several electronic devices were seized to be subject to computer searches throughout this period. The reference period is April 11, 2022, December 29, 2022. Okay. Then the lawyer says, some of these electronic devices were returned and computer searches were carried out on them. Some have not been returned to this day. Then the lawyer says, from my point of view, the period is long enough to not have extracted the data from all the computer systems and not have done all the computer searches for a period of 8 months. And then lady goes, on the accusation of grape, there's no evidence apart from the victim's statement. Among the accusations that are quite serious in front of the public opinion is the crime of grape. From the info so far, it would be a grape of female persons from Moldova. Would it have been one offense or two? And then the lawyer said 2 documents are withheld, one for one of the Tate brothers. Okay, so we don't know who it is yet. In this context, can you tell me, as a defense attorney for the Tate brothers, what evidence exists to support this charge? Lawyer, I'll point out from the outset that the criminal prosecution file has not been made available to us to ensure the effective defense of our clients. In this sense, I will point out that at least from this point of view, I am somehow amazed. Together with my colleagues, with the distinguished Mr. Lawyer Constantine, and with my other colleague who are working on this file, we stay day and night to be able to put together the puzzle of the elements of the charges presented by the prosecutor. There is, at this time, not a single piece of evidence other than the victim's statement that would lead to the idea that any crime of grape was committed. Lawyer, moreover, from this reasoned conclusion of the judge of rights and liberties of the Bucharest court, it is very clear that such crime is not supported and that there are no evidentiary elements to support this crime. And then he says, which is why the judge of rights and liberties does not have the suspicion reasonable that this act could be held responsible for any of the defendants. And then they go, we know very well that the judge of rights and freedoms does not touch the fund of the judge of the preliminary chamber does. So in this context, the rights and liberties judge focus on the seriousness of the act as it is in the letter of the law to decide the
arrest of the Tate brothers.
Yeah, the arrest of the Tate brothers. Moreover, they also weighed the other 2 crimes, that of human trafficking and that of an organized criminal group. Lawyer, allow me, however, to point out the following issue. Even if the judge of rights and freedoms at the time of analyzing the proposal regarding the issuance of a warrant of preventive arrest is not at the we'll go ahead, Chris, procedural moment in which to analyze the facts, but the provisions of the 204 Code of Criminal Procedure in conjunction with the 223 Code of Criminal Procedure do not forget that the 223 Code of Criminal Procedure refers to reasonable suspicion. However, in order for me, a judge of rights and liberties, to be able to analyze the reasonable suspicion, I must analyze the reasons described in detail in the report with the proposal for preventive arrest presented by the prosecutor, corroborated with elements from the criminal file, which I have in front at the time I analyze the proposal. Or if after a few hours, the judge of rights and liberties studying the criminal investigation file in conjunction with those inserted in the report with the proposal for preventive arrest assesses there are no elements to create reasonable suspicion of the commission of this facts, it is obvious that the judge himself supports the opinion of the defense. We have no evidence. All right. So, so that kind of summarizes the interview as well.
Yeah.
Guys, on the Twitter thread, obviously we went into a little bit more detail, showing you guys the full interview, but you guys can see here that there is a whole issue
of evidence
of evidence here, guys.
Yeah. And false witnesses, not even inside of Romania. So you're having a case here that pretty much shouldn't even be here, and they're being detained for it.
And you guys got to understand, I'm reading this from a Twitter thread, so it's going to be a little bit disconjointed and not as connected and not make as much sense. But the thing you guys can extrapolate from that is that the evidence isn't strong, guys. I mean, if I'm just going to boil it down, it boils down to we don't really have witnesses that are credible. We have experts that are questionable. We have witnesses that aren't even in the country. We got victims that are alleged to have been victims, but in reality, they're not. They even went on a news television media saying, we're not victims. What the hell's going on here? But the prosecution is trying to paint them as victims. Like, there's a lot of issues with this case. And on top of that, the fact that the prosecution, that the defense doesn't have the prosecution's file is another huge red flag.
And I implore you, if this was your brother, cousin, your sister, your uncle, your dad, or your mom, you would want it to be, hey, you know what? The innocent until proven guilty. And at least the respect of, hey, saying, you know what? Okay, cool. There's evidence against you. We'll detain you. But there's no evidence. What's going on here? So to say, oh, they're your friends. Of course, they're our friends. And as a friend, you want to see the right things done for them. So off rip, guys, like, of course, we're going to defend them because they're our friends. And the truth is there. The evidence is there for you to see that is actually not true. So there you go.
Yeah, this is bullcrap,
this is
ridiculous.
It's bullcrap.
Now let's go ahead and we'll tackle Vice real fast. As y'all know, Vice went ahead and decided to. Can we pull this up real quick, Mo? I'm not gonna play it because
they
fucking they'll hit us with a copyright. But this interview came out. Exclusive: women alleges sexual and physical abuse by Andrew Tate a couple of days ago. It's almost at is that almost at 1 million?
Yeah, 934K views, and it's highly edited as well.
And it's edited, and in the video, basically the girl says, "Oh, he gave me 5 bottles of wine, and he ended up, we had sex that night, and I don't remember," and all this other shit. And then she says some stuff about, we did a webcam business, and I was making more money with him, so I decided to stay. Blah blah blah, all this other stuff, and it just like, bro. Like, the lack of accountability is ridiculous.
And that is the same guy that went to their house, and they interviewed him.
Yeah, what's that clown's name? Someone in the chat is gonna.
I don't know his name, bro, but like Soy Boy to the moon.
Yeah, bro. Like, and the other thing too is he did an interview with Andrew too. Some of the interview got leaked, and you could see that they're just asking, question after question after question, trying to paint him in a certain light.
And the edits are off too,
and the edits are off.
Yep.
And you could see like Andrew is visibly getting frustrated and annoyed. And it takes a lot to annoy Andrew, guys. Like, I mean, it takes a lot to annoy him.
I'm not gonna lie though, Tristan clowned him in the meeting room. He clowned them a lot. That was hilarious, bro.
Yeah, his name is Matt or something like Matt Shea. There we go. So yeah, and the thing that kills me, and again, I tell you guys this all the time, you'll open your home to people, you'll work with them, you'll give them an interview, try to show your side. They're not interested in the truth.
Yeah,
they're interested in painting you as a bad guy, right? Because there's more money to be made from calling Andrew a bad guy, calling him an asshole, calling him a trafficker, all these fucking lies that were proven to y'all are not true.
Yeah,
right. Than it is to report the truth. Because you guys got to remember, over here on this side of the internet, we're a rare breed. We actually think critically, and we look at all the evidence. We don't necessarily look and be like, "Oh, well, he makes me feel this way, so I'm going to think this way, and I don't like him." Blah, blah, blah. Over here, we're looking at the evidence. Anyone with half a brain that watched just this part of the broadcast where I showed you all the evidence, unbiased, what's going on here with the witnesses, the credibility, evidence files not being made available to the defense. Anyone with half a brain, even if you hate Andrew Tate, you will know that this is a miscarriage of justice.
Actually, you ask anyone outside of despair, is Andrew innocent or guilty? He's guilty. What's guilty? I saw a clip.
Yeah.
I'm like, what
TikTok.
Clip? Yeah, TikTok. YouTube.
He said that men are better drivers, so he must be guilty.
Just because.
Just because I feel that way.
Even my worst hater, bro. You know what? Give me the evidence. Let me look at it objectively. I'll make a choice. But, bro, can they do that? No. Because what? Common sense is not common anymore.
Yeah, man. So, Vice, obviously, and here's the thing. Guys, they went and met with Andrew back in August. Why are y'all putting the content out now?
Of all times. Why is that?
Because I remember when Vice went over there, guys, they went there in August.
Yeah.
And they were filming this documentary supposedly with Andrew. But now y'all want to release these clips.
I remember Tristan said
of this grape and everything with this bimbo out in the UK, who he's already talked about this girl, by the way. Yeah. That girl was mad because she said that Andrew owed her money, and he was like, "No, you fucked up my house and all this other stuff. You got to get out." So she's mad that she didn't get paid.
And also, Tristan knew it was funky because he told us, like, bro, this guy was moving weird. We knew that off rip he was like on some other shit.
Yeah.
So he knew. But
so it just goes to show, I'm telling you, man, the mainstream media, they're a bunch of snakes, man. Treachery. Like I've told you guys before, there's a couple of things that are unacceptable. One of them is treachery. They opened their home to him, not only in Romania, but also in Dubai for the interview. And what did he do? He tried to paint Andrew in a bad light. You guys can watch the clip. It's fucking cringe. How, oh, well, shouldn't you apologize for your statements before, blah, 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 get into him to apologize? You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the fucking flagrant interview that we did with
Ambush
with Andrew and Akash, how they were trying to get us to apologize over our statements. Which, by the fucking way, I saw them talk about Andrew, which we agree with Andrew on 99% of the stuff, but they're going to go ahead and take Andrew's side on some of the points that they were arguing with us about.
I wonder why.
Tell me how that doesn't make sense.
It's all about who you like. Apparently,
Flagrant are a bunch of fucking clowns, man, and they know they are. Yeah. Like they're a bunch of fucking clowns, bro. Like literally, like, oh, yo, we disagree with y'all on this and this and this, and then as soon as they talk about Andrew, oh no, we agree with him on this, bro. Those are the same points that you guys argue with us on. The fuck? The hell? This doesn't make sense. Man. Doesn't make sense. But again, this is what a lot of people do. They bring you on their platform. They try to get you to, apologize or, look a certain way, try to demonize you, whatever. And that's exactly what Vice tried to do with Andrew, and they failed. That's exactly what Flagrant tried to do with us, and they also fucking failed.
They want a viral
Made themselves look like clowns.
I'm gonna go viral.
Trying to virtue signal all this other bullshit. Well, not all women are like that, and you guys are scared of women, and you guys are being a little too defensive. Andrew says the same fucking shit we say about women in modern day relationships and marriages, yet y'all agree with him. Fucking clowns, bro. Ridiculous.
We got some chats here.
All right. So rumors of the wiretaps. Let's all keep in mind elites replicated Joe Rogan using AI. This is not a stretch. They would go to three lengths. Oh, great lengths.
I think that's what he meant.
Spelled it wrong. Yeah. Go to great lengths agenda to.
It's clear. Destroy families, weaken men, easy to control weak men, payouts to women, Kavanaugh and Trump. There you go. Jayhawks. We have here as well. I mean, Daniel says, gross violation of judicial process. First Tory, now the Tates. The government is ultimately liable and must be held accountable. They need support from the public as well. Thoughts compares to the Tates. Well said. That's it.
And we have one more.
Cool. All right. And then UZ Photos says, Fresh and Fit crew, I just sent you all a message on Instagram from Corey.travels explaining how you and the Tates literally helped save my life. Hope you get a chance to read it. See you at the party. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, we'll see y'all at the party. Speaking of which, guys, by the way, we just got some new spots. We switched the venue up. We're gonna have the party. You want to tell them?
Yes, let's say it. Actually,
right.
You know what? Let's have you say it.
Me? Okay. Guys, we're going to have the party. We ended up getting a better venue. It's not going to be at a rooftop. It's going to be on a mega yacht instead.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's going to be on a mega yacht, guys. So we actually got some more spots for you. Yeah, on the water.
Yeah.
So guys, it's going to be this Saturday. If you guys want to come to the party, go ahead and get the tickets. We'll put the links in the chat for y'all.
Yeah.
Contact Christina on Instagram.
Yeah.
Christy Rojas, if they got any questions.
Actually, because it's on the mega yacht, we can add more people.
Yes.
So now there's more open spots because it was pretty much sold out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, guys, if you want to go ahead, we're gonna do a free meetup. So if you don't have to pay $1, if you want to just meet us, we're gonna meet with y'all for about an hour and shake hands and
we'll do that
shoot
on the Friday,
guys
which
on
is
the Friday
13th.
prior to the party, and then on the 14th we're gonna have the party on a mega yacht here in Miami. So it's gonna be lit, man. We have I think 300 some spots. So we got some new spots that are opened up. Because the rooftop, we didn't have enough spots for y'all to get officially throw the party. So
we'll drop the location the day of, okay? For your protection on ours as well, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Sorry, the day before.
Yeah, the day before we'll give you all the location of.
But it's in Miami.
But it's gonna be a mega yacht. It's gonna be lit. We're gonna go. You're gonna see this. The boat's gonna depart. We're gonna see the Miami skyline is gonna be lit. You guys are gonna love it.
And
three open bar, 3 floors, huge fucking mega yacht, man. It has space for about 300 some people. We're gonna have a bunch of baddies there.
Food as well.
It's gonna be lit. Drinks.
Show up time 9 p.m.
Show up time 9 p.m.
And links are in the description.
Yeah. Cool. But yeah, since you asked about the party, so
if you come late, that's on you.
Yeah.
Gotta be there early.
The boat's gonna leave. You got to be there on point.
Yep.
But yeah, guys. With that said, this episode is not about the party. I mean, you asked about it, so we'll tell you. But what it really is that, guys,
here.
There's some bullshit going on. Y'all can see it. We got a whole bunch of issues with the case. We're gonna put timestamps for y'all below. Share this video, man. Make sure that this gets out because the mainstream media is trying to paint a certain narrative on Andrew, and it's not true, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
It is not true. Y'all can see. Thank God the defense attorney broke the silence and finally told y'all all the holes in the prosecution's case, and they don't even have the file, bro.
Yo, somebody clip this, send it to someone says, "Oh, he's guilty." What is this then?
Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
Yeah. These 6 victims.
I saw a clip. Look at this clip, man.
Yeah. You know, incredible, guys.
Yeah.
So share this with anyone that's a naysayer saying a bunch of this bullshit. Remember, guys, innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around.
Yo, I thought I saw a ghost, bro.
What happened?
You know who's here?
What?
I thought I saw a ghost just now.
Oh shit! we got a legend in the house, guys. We got a great show coming up for you guys, but with a special guest that I will announce for you guys here in a little bit. But yo, other than that, guys, we love y'all. Free the top G. Shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Tristan. Go follow them on rumbleguys.com/Tate Speech. And hey, man, like I said before, we stand with the Tates 100%. We're gonna report any news for y'all because right now, they don't have a voice, so we'll be the voice for them. And you guys can see
you can help
a bunch of bullshit
by sharing this clip, sharing this video, putting it out there because this is the real news, guys. Not fake news.
Big facts, man.
All right.
So love y'all. We'll catch you guys back here. We're after hours with some lovely ladies and probably what, Chris, call it?
10.
10 with a special guest. We'll catch you guys in a bit. Peace.
Peace.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. Tonight on PBS News Weekend, a speaker at last. After 15 votes, key concessions, and even physical altercations, Republican Kevin McCarthy is the new Speaker of the House. Then recovery efforts in Pakistan after last year's devastating floods. Officials warn aid is running out and the need is dire.
We're trying our best to manage the situation. We have mobilized all our resources, but we need the help of the international community.
And dry January, a look at the growing trend of a month without alcohol after the excesses of the holiday season.
Major funding for PBS News Weekend has been provided by.
For 25 years, Consumer Cellular's goal has been to provide wireless service that helps people communicate and connect. We offer a variety of no-contract plans, and our U.S.-based customer service team can help find one that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv.
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good evening. There is finally a Speaker of the House of Representatives. After 4 days of defeats and deal-making, Republican Kevin McCarthy was elected to the job early this morning on the 15th try. That's the most since before the Civil War.
So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations and Godspeed.
His victory came during a dramatic and sometimes rancorous session.
Jeffries.
After he fell one vote short on the 14th try, McCarthy confronted holdouts Matt Gaetz of Florida and Lauren Boebert of Colorado. Tempers flared. At one point, McCarthy supporter Mike Rogers of Alabama had to be restrained. After winning the post that had eluded him for years, McCarthy outlined a conservative agenda that included investigations of the Biden administration.
We will hold the swamp accountable. From the withdrawal of Afghanistan to the origins of COVID and to the weaponization of the FBI. Let me be very clear. We will use the power of the purse and the power of the subpoena to get the job done.
Later, he credited a key backer for helping him get across the finish line.
I do want to especially thank President Trump. I don't think anybody should doubt his influence. All members-elect will raise their right hand.
The election of a speaker cleared the way to formally assemble the 118th Congress as House members took the oath of office.
Congratulations. You are now members of the 118th Congress.
McCarthy's victory came after a series of concessions that give hardline conservatives greater influence in the House, notably on spending and tax bills. What do McCarthy's prolonged battle and the deals he cut mean for his leadership, for the House, and for the governing of the nation? Sarah Binder is a George Washington University political scientist and a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Sarah, one of the things that that Speaker McCarthy said last night is, what we do here today, next week, next month, and next year will set the tone for everything that follows. What tone was set by what happened this week?
Well, what we watched play out in front of us in levels of detail we're not usually accustomed to on C-SPAN was a very slim, fractured majority trying to get on the same page. And what we saw was the speaker-to-be, in doubt at times, trying to figure out how much could he give away to his opponents, and would they take it? Would they take these concessions that they were demanding and then give him his votes? We'll see those fractures emerge throughout this coming Congress, for sure.
In what ways? Look ahead, and in what ways are we going to see those fractures?
So one of the core issues that divides the holdouts from Speaker McCarthy is the question about the federal budget, federal deficits, and federal debt. And there are two things this Congress, like most Congresses, will have to do. At some point, mostly in the fall, they will need to pass spending bills, get them through the House, the Senate, and the White House, pass spending bills that most recently raise federal spending, both for domestic side and defense side. But his opponents have vowed not to do that. They want to cut. They want to cut both defense spending, which the defense hawks in the Republican Party aren't going to want to do, and they're going to want to severely cut domestic spending. And it's not clear that 218 Republicans, even, especially those from swing districts won by President Biden, it's not clear they're going to go along. So how do you keep the government funded and open? Will there be a government shutdown?
Do you think any of these concessions may come back to haunt him?
Well, I think the key concessions here, first of all, are Speaker McCarthy's willingness and his agreement to put 3 Freedom Caucus members from the far right of the conference, to put them on the Rules Committee, which is an arm of the Republican leadership. That's the committee that decides which bills will go to the floor, under what conditions, will there be amendments, who will offer the amendments. With 3 Freedom Caucus members on that committee, is going to put them in a position to try to advance their policies, not just to block things on the floor that they've sort of mastered in the past. I think that could come back to haunt Speaker McCarthy. Others will point to this motion to vacate the speakership. That's existed in the past. I think McCarthy, it's a thin reed that he's standing on already, and that threat of deposing him, it's going to be put a little more oomph behind those threats.
You talk about a slim fractured majority. I mean, the fact that it was just really about 20 members that tied the House up in knots, are we going to see more of that?
McCarthy comes into the speakership, by all accounts, quite weakened by what he's given away. And I think that's going to encourage not just the original 5 holdouts and not merely the 20 who secured some concessions in this deal making over the speakership. I think that will encourage other members of the Republican majority to come forward and to push their perspectives as well. Right? Think about those, there's about 18 members who are elected in districts that President Biden won. Those folks aren't going to be that happy lining up behind the agenda of the Freedom Caucus. And that's trouble ahead. That's really trouble ahead for Speaker McCarthy.
Sarah Binder of George Washington University and the Brookings Institution, thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
There is other news today. Fighting went on in eastern Ukraine despite Russia declaring a ceasefire in observance of Eastern Orthodox Christmas. Shelling reduced entire city blocks in the town of Bakhmut to rubble. Ukraine called Russian President Vladimir Putin's 36-hour ceasefire a ploy. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised the latest multi-billion-dollar package of U.S. military assistance.
This is exactly what is needed. New guns and rounds, including high-precision ones. New rockets, new drones. It is timely and strong.
The latest aid package is over $3 billion, the largest yet. In Newport News, Virginia, the mayor says that a first-grade teacher's condition is improving after a 6-year-old student shot and critically injured her yesterday in the classroom. Police say the boy was part of an altercation and that the shooting was intentional. No one else was injured. A school shooting involving a child this young is rare. Virginia law limits the ways a child can be punished for a crime like this. Federal appeals court in New Orleans has struck down a ban on so-called bump stocks, the device that helps fire multiple rounds from semi-automatic guns. The Trump administration banned bump stocks after the 2017 massacre at a Las Vegas music concert, the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history. The court ruling has no immediate effect. It sends the case back to a lower court for further consideration. And a new COVID strain of Omicron is on the rise across the nation, partly, health officials say, because of holiday gatherings. XBB 1.5 accounts for almost 28% of the cases nationwide. It's more transmissible than other strains, but it's not clear yet whether it causes worse outcomes. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, an update on humanitarian relief efforts in Pakistan from last year's floods, and no alcohol trend known as dry January.
This is PBS News Weekend from WETA Studios in Washington, home of the PBS NewsHour, weeknights on PBS.
Months after devastating floods left more than 1,700 people dead and a third of the country underwater, Pakistan is still struggling to recover. UN officials warn that millions remain displaced from their homes and livelihoods as winter sets in. The crisis, they say, will only deepen without more help. NewsHour special correspondent Fred DeSan Lazaro reports on the desperate conditions in hard-hit Sindh province. His reporting was produced in partnership with the Pulitzer Center.
The monsoon rains last year were like nothing anyone had seen before.
The water came and swept away our houses. We need help.
An early spring ushered in a record-breaking heat wave. In some areas, temperatures topped 123 degrees. Warming global temperatures have also fueled unprecedented glacial melt that has swelled rivers. And when the record-setting monsoon arrived, it dropped nearly twice as much rain as the 30-year average across the country.
I don't have anything to feed my family. I lost everything.
The violent swells swept away hundreds of thousands of homes and obliterated hospitals, schools, and major infrastructure.
It's been leveled out, everything. We've had a huge number of dams which broke down, which did not sustain the flow of water. Road networks, hundreds of kilometers of roads have been wiped out.
So you've seen a lot of change here.
Scientists and environmental activists like Tawfiq Pasha Muraj, who's worked with the NewsHour on our reporting trips to Pakistan, point to climate change as another factor.
Things have gone totally out of sync. Our winters have become shorter. Summers, therefore, have become much broader, hotter. The rains have been more severe. We have major issues with growing our crops.
5 months since the floods, the water remains. Pakistan has made only scant contributions to carbon dioxide emissions, but this nation is one of the world's most vulnerable to climate extremes. Pakistan led the way at the UN Climate Conference, COP27, last November, pushing for the Loss and Damage Fund to help developing nations cope. The cash-strapped government was already facing a serious financial crisis before the floods, which caused an estimated $40 billion in damage.
Let us all step up in solidarity and support to the people of Pakistan in their hour of need.
But by last month, the UN was only able to raise about a third of the $816 million it sought for relief.
Who helps the poor? Everyone comes, takes pictures, and goes.
And the UN's World Food Program, which serves some 2.7 million Pakistanis, says it will run out of funds in the next few weeks. For PBS News Weekend, I'm Fred DeSan Lazaro in Sindh Province, Pakistan.
On Monday, the United Nations and Pakistan are to host a one-day international conference in Geneva with the goal of raising about half the $16 billion needed to help survivors and to rebuild. Masood Khan is Pakistan's ambassador to the United States. Mr. Khan, thank you very much for joining us. How dire is the need right now in Pakistan? Give us we saw some of the pictures, but how bad is the need?
The situation is very bad. As a matter of fact, I mean, there's a misperception that the two phases of relief and recovery are over. They aren't over. I mean, we need immediate humanitarian assistance, but we also need dire assistance for rehabilitation and reconstruction. So this was the worst climate disaster in Pakistan and one of the worst climate disasters in the world. So we are living with the consequences of that climate-induced disaster, and we need the help of the international community. Their needs are dire.
We heard the woman in the tape say that everyone comes, takes pictures, and goes. Do you feel that the global community has moved on, has forgotten about what the situation is?
Yes, the world community's attention was at its peak in September or October 2022. But then the attention of the world community, world leaders were diverted. I mean, there's Ukraine, there's attention to the Asia-Pacific region. There are disasters around the world. And there's also this short attention span in the media. We're trying our best to manage the situation. We have mobilized all our resources, but we need the help of the international community, particularly for this year.
We've seen stories coming out of Islamabad that government officials of your government say that they're concerned that this funding conference on Monday will fall short. Why is that?
Well, one is donor fatigue, as a matter of fact, and there are many competing priorities. The other thing is that the world has seen many crises. For instance, there was the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by fuel and food hyperinflation all over the world. But still, we are hoping that under the leadership of the United Nations Secretary General, and with the convening power of states like the United States, we would be able to get some support. You know, these pledges that are made at the conferences, they do not materialize speedily. That's one of the problems. So we hope that this time we would be able to get pledges for the bulk of the requirements or needs that we have for rehabilitation, reconstruction. And we need this assistance in the next 3 years to build our infrastructure, climate resilient infrastructure, and to preserve what we already have.
How satisfied are you with the U.S. response? Not only what the U.S. is doing itself, but sort of galvanizing support around the world?
Well, we're grateful to the United States for giving a very generous and prompt response to the humanitarian needs in the initial phase of relief and recovery. They contributed about $97 million within a span of a few weeks. And then the American citizenry was very helpful. I mean, they stepped forward, responded to the climate disaster in Pakistan. Now, the United States has 3 roles, basically. One is direct contribution, and we hope that they would be able to make that and announce a substantial contribution to our endeavor in Geneva. Second is their convening power with other governments and with the international financial institutions, because the United States has influence all over the world. And the third is that it would be a partner in our climate resilient efforts.
We noted in the piece also that Pakistan was one of the leaders in pushing at the recent climate conference for the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund to help mitigate the damages that smaller nations are suffering from the greenhouse gas outputs of the richer and more industrialized nations. There have been similar pledges that didn't materialize. How confident are you that this one is going to play out?
Well, let's remain hopeful. I mean, the first barrier has been removed. We have made a decision, I mean, the international community has made a decision to create this loss and damage fund. This is an achievement in itself, but the fund itself has to be funded. I mean, you need to raise finances, and you have to persuade all the governments, the rich governments, the governments which are prospering because of the use of fossil fuels and so on. And then the real objective is to help the vulnerable countries like Pakistan to transition, to move away from fossil fuels and invest in clean energy. I mean, these are the objectives. So we will have to repurpose international community's resources to support this fund.
Pakistani Ambassador Masood Khan, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to talk to you.
Weekends are generally a time for being with friends and perhaps enjoying an adult beverage. But a growing number of people are going without alcohol this month, taking a break from the indulgences of the holiday season. They're participating in what's known as Dry January. Dr. Ratanya Carr is head of gastroenterology at the University of Washington School of Medicine. Dr. Carr, why is this idea about Dry January so popular?
Well, first, thank you for having me on, and thank you for sharing this story, because one of the goals of this month is really to reduce the stigma around those who overconsume alcohol. But it's so popular. Actually, my city, I think it's to take a little bit of credit for that. This concept of Dry January has been around since the 1940s, and a Seattle reporter wrote about it in the Seattle Times. And it seems like after that, the concept really took off. And now internationally, various countries are really getting the word out about Dry January and encouraging their citizens to participate. And I think it's because we have linked it to a bit of a social opportunity for the month of January. So coming off of the holidays, everyone can really get into doing something together in the name of their own health.
Are there health benefits of this, of even just not having a drink for just 1 month?
Absolutely. The first thing that people will say is that they just feel better. It's just a general feeling, and there's no other description besides that. And we, as physicians, as other medical providers, also notice that there are improvements in cholesterol level and sugar levels. Blood pressure levels. And as a liver doctor myself, even those liver blood tests will improve in just a month of sobriety from alcohol.
Now, I know you've tried this and with your family. What tips do you have from that experience for people who want to try this?
Well, the first thing is to indeed get your crew, whether it's family, friends, some of the online communities. Thinking ahead of January and deciding who you want to do this with. I think there's a lot of success that way. And checking in, making sure that you're keeping each other honest, on track, making a plan for what you're going to drink if you do indeed go out to social events where there's going to be alcohol. And it's really been very supportive and fun for my cousins and me to participate in.
You talked about the social pressures. I mean, do you find when you were doing it, did you find that people who were not doing it, who were drinking, were uncomfortable knowing that you weren't drinking?
No, in fact, it was quite the opposite. Most people wanted to know in advance so that they wouldn't put me in the position of needing to make a decision about drinking or not. I really have not found any problems. So I do encourage people to just say what they're doing, and I'm sure their social networks will be very, very supportive.
Is this for everybody?
This is not for everyone. I would say that for the majority of people who are drinking low to upwards of moderate level of alcohol, it is a very safe thing to do. But for people who have higher levels of intake, and by the way, it doesn't take much to reach that threshold. For the average male, it's 2 drinks or more a day, and for the average female, it's just more than 1 drink a day. But for people who have that kind of alcohol intake, I do recommend first talking with your provider to plan a reduction in alcohol intake, because if you do stop cold turkey, it could lead to significant health problems like alcohol withdrawal.
You talked about the health benefits, and is a 1 month enough time to get those health benefits?
Absolutely. And you know what is even more remarkable, which probably surprised most of us? For people who participate in Dry January for the 31 days of January, when we ask them 6 months out, a year out, they are still having health benefits. Most people will report that they have continued to either not drink or reduce their alcohol consumption even after months out. We all should be mindful of our alcohol intake, and we all should aim to reduce our consumption. Alcohol is a class 1 carcinogen. It is really important now that we reduce the stigma, talk about it, educate, and participating in Dry January is one really great way to jumpstart that behavior.
Dr. Ratanya Carr of the University of Washington, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is PBS News Weekend for this Saturday. On Sunday, the latest on the Biden administration's immigration reform plans with the president's visit to the Texas-Mexico border. I'm John Yang. For all my colleagues, thanks. See you tomorrow.
Major funding for PBS News Weekend has been provided by...
For 25 years, Consumer Cellular has been offering no-contract wireless plans designed to help people do more of what they like. Our U.S.-based customer service team can help find a plan that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv.
and with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
are trying to hold you up with that now.
A prime-time production, including some never-before-seen footage from the January 6th Capitol attack.
We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need court support.
As the House committee investigating the assault held its first public hearing, presenting nearly a year's worth of work to the American people. From the start, committee chair Benny Thompson of Mississippi made clear this was no spontaneous riot.
January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup, a brazen attempt, as one rioter put it shortly after January 6th, to overthrow the government. The violence was no accident.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Directly fueling that violence, the committee said, was one man who refused to accept the 2020 election results.
Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy.
In clip after clip from some of the hundreds of interviews the committee conducted, those closest to Mr. Trump revealed they knew his claims of election fraud were baseless and told him so. Then Attorney General William Barr.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bull. You can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
Trump's daughter, Ivanka.
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
Yet Trump himself continued for months to lie about a stolen election, including at the rally preceding the Capitol assault.
You'll never take back our country with weakness.
Inspiring the crowd, the committee argued, to attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power. In an edited compilation, the committee showed the rage and violence unfolding outside the Capitol, while inside, a picture of panic. In this clip, staffers fleeing the office of Republican House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Leading last night's hearing alongside Thompson, Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, one of 2 Republicans on the panel of 9, who was ousted from her party's leadership for taking part.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
Among the revelations from this hearing, Cheney says multiple Republicans, including Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry, contacted the White House seeking presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election. And then President Trump's response to calls for violence from the insurrectionists.
Aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, "Maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it."
The committee brought 2 witnesses to share their stories. One, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards, one of more than 100 officers injured that day. Edwards was knocked unconscious in the first barrier breach on Capitol grounds. She later rejoined the line, fighting to hold off the mob, was pepper sprayed and tear gassed.
What I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I had seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, they had, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
The second witness, filmmaker Nick Quested, documenting the participation of far-right extremist group, the Proud Boys.
I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it, I documented it.
Quested spoke with Judy Woodruff earlier today.
So when we arrived at the mall, we encountered the Proud Boys already walking towards the Capitol. What we documented was them walking in a very concerted fashion towards the Capitol. And there was 200 to 300 Proud Boys, which was more than I was expecting. I was quite astounded by the amount of Proud Boys there were there.
And so this notion that, well, the attack on the Capitol just
sort of was spontaneous, completely spontaneous. They just wanted to go there and it got out of hand. What would you say?
No, I would agree with the erudite plan, roadmap that the committee put forward last night, that this was not a spontaneous event. They were carrying weapons. I saw a Proud Boy with a baseball bat. You can see another Proud Boy with a flagpole that turns out to be an axe handle. They were wearing tactical gear. They had, all sorts of offensive weapons with them. So, I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, but why would someone bring a baseball bat to a political rally?
The hearings were carried in full by every major network, except for Fox, which aired only occasional clips, not including footage of the violence. Hosts dismissed the hearing as theater. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise appeared on Fox after the hearing.
I think most Americans are just sick and tired of the politicization that you're seeing by the Democrats to try to change the subject. American people are angry about what Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and their far-left socialist agenda have done to people, and they wish Congress was addressing those things, not this Hollywood production.
Even former President Trump appeared to be watching, issuing a barrage of commentary online. And today, the current president evoked how the dangers from last year's attacks are ever present.
It's important the American people understand what truly happened and to understand that the same forces that led January 6th remain at work today.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz. Day 2 of the January 6th committee's public hearings zeroed in on what President Trump knew and when he knew it.
The 2020 election was not close.
Featuring a slate of Republican voices who said they told him repeatedly for months his claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election were baseless.
He's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff.
Among those voices, Bill Stepien, former Trump campaign manager, who bowed out of testifying in person just this morning after his wife went into labor, but who told the committee in previous interviews that he warned Trump multiple times, including on election night, results could take a while.
My recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell. Too early to call the race.
The committee says Trump ignored Stepien and instead listened to Rudy Giuliani.
You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani.
Here's Trump attorney Jason Miller describing Giuliani that night.
The mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I do not know his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Adding to the committee's election night narrative, former Fox political editor Chris Steyerwalt, who was overseeing the conservative network's election night coverage, including when they accurately break the news that Joe Biden would win Arizona.
Okay, time out. This is a big development. Yeah. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
After the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
Despite advisors' warnings and the electoral math not in his favor, Trump took the stage in the early morning hours of November the 4th and said this.
Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation.
That night, according to witness testimony, launched a split within Team Trump. Those who continued to push the big lie he'd won the 2020 election and those who didn't. Here's former Attorney General Bill Barr.
I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track. But I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening. And
we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal.
The committee's second panel told the story of just how far Trump went in the weeks after the election to dig up voter fraud where there was none. Even as allegation after allegation, more than 60 cases in all, were dismissed or found to be without merit by judges. Former U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, B.J. Pack, appointed by Trump, said he was asked to look into an allegation about a suspicious suitcase filled with fake ballots.
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe.
Pack resigned on January the 4th of 2021 after details of Trump pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State to quote-unquote find more votes became public. Al Schmidt, the lone Republican on Philadelphia's election board, was asked to probe other voter fraud allegations.
Not only was there not evidence of 8,000 dead voters voting in Pennsylvania, there wasn't evidence of 8.
Even for these Republican officials, Trump's repeated lie led his supporters, echoing those lies, to make very real threats.
After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz.
The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol held its third public hearing this afternoon. The focus was on the role of former Vice President Mike Pence during the counting of the Electoral College votes and public and private efforts led by former President Trump himself and his allies to pressure Pence to throw out the results. While much of the hearing established the facts of January the 6th and the days leading up to it, retired federal judge Michael Ludig, who had advised Pence, testified about the very real threat he says still exists.
Almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
The committee's chairman, Democrat Benny Thompson, explained how Pence understood his role on January the 6th, his efforts to withstand the pressure and the potential danger he faced.
Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy withstood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded.
NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our new White House correspondent Laura Barron-Lopez have been watching the hearing today, and they both join me now. Laura, and welcome to you to the NewsHour. We're so glad to have you working with us. I'm going to start with you. So much of today's testimony was around a man named John Eastman, law professor who in those days became a close advisor to then President Trump, with this theory that then Vice President Mike Pence had the power to overturn the election results. Tell us how that picture was fleshed out today.
Yeah, so today, Judy, we heard from Greg Jacob, who was former counsel to Vice President Pence at the time, as well as Judge Michael Ludig. Eastman was a clerk of Ludig's previously, and both of them testified that Eastman's theory was not legal, not constitutional, and that it also had no historical precedent. Despite all of that, Eastman continued to push this theory that and his plan that Pence could overturn the election results by simply rejecting the slate of electors that were sent to Congress by the states. And what we heard from Jacob today in testimony was that in his conversations with Eastman, Eastman acknowledged either tacitly or directly that his plan was not legal. Let's watch.
And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today. When I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
Despite all of those acknowledgments from Eastman that Jacob recounted, Eastman continued to push Pence's team, which Jacob was a part of, as well as the vice president himself, to go forward with this plan. And what the committee showed us today in the testimony from Jacob, as well as from Mark Short, chief of staff to Vice President Pence, which they had tape deposition from, was that both Jacob and Short talked about what Eastman did in the lead up to January 6th. So on January 5th, Eastman met with Jacob in the White House complex, not far from where I'm standing right now. And Eastman directly asked Jacob, we need Pence to outright reject the electors. Now, later on in the day, because it became clear to Eastman that Pence was not going to do that and was adamantly refusing to go along with this plan, Eastman again asked Pence's team, well, trying to convince them another way. If you don't want to outright reject the electors, will you simply send the electors back to the state so that way they can send new ones to Congress? And again, Pence's team refused all of this. And so the big takeaway here, Judy, is that after these repeated attempts in the day right before January 6th, President Trump, still on January 6th, launched a very public pressure campaign for Pence to go forward with this plan.
And then, Lisa, we get to January the 6th. We learn new details today about what exactly happened that day, the danger to the vice president himself.
That's right. That pressure campaign that Laura's talking about happening at the White House happened as things right leading up to January 6th and what happened here at the Capitol. And what the committee laid out today in terms of what happened on January 6th speaks to President Trump's intent. At least that's what they're trying to get across. And they were directly connecting President Trump's actions, the tweets he sent, and the timing on that day and what happened here at the Capitol. In particular, as the riot raged here at the Capitol and on this complex, the committee said that they have evidence that the president was told that the riot was happening, that staff around him were discussing him trying to asking him to tweet out something to calm his followers. But instead, here's what happened when Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the news to the president, according to the committee, that a riot was happening at the U.S. Capitol.
The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the president and that he did so before the president issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the president wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Pence voted against Trump. Okay, and that's when all this started? Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol.
Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America! Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget!
The committee also showed photos of what was happening with the vice president, depicting him going into the underground bunker, all of those steps that were taken. There he is on the phone, seeing the tweet from President Trump, described as frustrated that the president was not taking other action to try and disperse the crowd more quickly. And it's interesting, Greg Jacob that Laura spoke about earlier was asked specifically his reaction to the news that he saw today that the rioters were within 40 feet of him and the vice president. Here's what he said.
Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
All of this the case showing that there was imminent danger to the vice president, and the case that the committee is trying to make is that that came from the White House.
And we do know that despite all that, the vice president, the rest of members of Congress came back. They did certify that night the vote count, the electoral vote count. But Laura, the pressure campaign continued the next day.
That's right. The very next day, John Eastman called Eric Hirschman, White House attorney, and said that there were other avenues that the president, that his legal team could pursue to try to overturn the election. And so Hirschman, in testimony today, recounted that conversation here.
Eventually, he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
And so what that testimony shows is that also right after that, again, we're seeing this acknowledgement from Eastman that the plan he was pursuing was not legal and that he likely knew that it was not legal, because then he emails a few days after January 6th, Rudy Giuliani, the personal lawyer to the president, saying that he would like to be put on the president's pardon list if possible. That was a revelation that came out today in the hearing that we had not previously seen.
And then finally, Lisa, put some of this into the larger context here in terms of what Democrats are trying to do.
When you speak with Democrats on the committee and the staff and the two members who are on the committee, we know that they are building a case here. They are raising questions, and some of them openly say they believe that that former President Trump should be indicted, should face criminal charges. That's audience number one, the Department of Justice and the decisions being made there. Audience two is still the American public. And, I noticed something interesting today. This committee is really trying to broadly reach out and hit different areas of interest for the American public. For example, when we talked about Greg Jacob and the moment when he was in that bunker, when they were fleeing the mob, an interesting question came up from the Democrats on this committee. They asked him about him turning to prayer in that moment. And here's what he said he was thinking about as the riot was raging not far from them.
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
Daniel 6, many people will know that's Daniel in the lion's den. This obviously was a genuine personal reflection from this man, but also it does have some political connotations. A very large part of President Trump's base includes people who are fervently religious, strong Christian believers. And here what the committee was saying is this kind of Christian idea was held by the vice president at the time. And here is someone who believes that the former President Trump was acting in the opposite ungodly way. So there are a lot of dynamics here in play today that the committee is thinking about.
A lot of dynamics and a sobering day. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone-Lopez, we thank you both. For the fourth time this month, the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol presented evidence of the relentless efforts by former President Trump and his allies to throw out the results of the 2020 election. The focus of today's hearing was the pressure former President Trump, exerted on state legislators and state and local election officials because of the former president's repeated lies, Congressman Adam Schiff said that election workers face threats for simply doing their jobs.
The president's lie was and is a dangerous cancer on the body politic. If you can convince Americans that they cannot trust their own elections, that any time they lose it is somehow illegitimate, then what is left but violence to determine who should govern?
Those threats were made repeatedly over the phone, in person, and even at the homes of the election workers. The witnesses shared story after story about how the sustained intimidation has completely upended their lives.
At home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood.
Some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also.
I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. It's affecting my life in a major way, in every way. All because of lies. For me doing my job, same thing I've been doing forever.
The NewsHour's congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez have been watching the hearing today, and they join me now. So much of today's testimony was moving, as we just heard. Laura, I want to begin with you. The witness we just heard from, he is the Speaker of the House in the state of Arizona, Rusty Bowers. This is a state that Joe Biden won by, 10,000 votes. And yet Speaker Bowers testified to the kind of relentless pressure he was put under. Tell us more about that.
That's right, Judy. He faced pressure from President Trump, and he faced pressure from Trump's lawyers. And specifically, Bowers recounted a conversation that he had with one of Trump's lawyers, John Eastman. And in that conversation, Eastman asked Bowers to call a vote in the Arizona legislature so that way they could decertify the state's electors, and those electors represent that state's electoral college vote. Here's what Bowers said in response to Eastman's request.
I said, "What would you have me do?" And he said, "Just do it and let the court sort it out." And I said, "You're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof, and that's going to be good enough with me? That I would put us through that, my state, that I swore to uphold both in Constitution and in law? No, sir."
This program was made possible by
Bowers
contributions
also told
to
the
your
committee
PBS
that he
station
faced
from
pressure from
viewers
Trump
like
and that
you.
he repeatedly
Thank
told
you.
Trump that he would not do anything illegal to overturn the election results in his state. Even to this day, Bowers is facing a target on his back from the former president because President Trump put out a statement ahead of the hearing today saying that Bowers is a rhino, a Republican in name only. Trump also said that Bowers told him that he won the election right after November 2020, and that Bowers said that the election was rigged. Now, Congressman Schiff asked Bowers about that in his
This program
testimony
was made
today, and
possible by
Bowers said,
contributions
no,
to your
all of
PBS
that is
station
false,
from
and that he
viewers
did
like
not
you.
say any of that to the president, and that he repeated again and again in his testimony that he would never do anything illegal to overturn Arizona's election results.
We should add that Speaker Bowers described himself as a conservative Republican. To Lisa now. Lisa, we also learned today that some of this pressure campaign was coming from members of Congress themselves who were pushing election officials to accept what they called alternate slates of electors. Tell us about that.
This is the charge from the committee. In addition to this idea that Laura was talking about, that the president and those around him were pushing states to simply overturn the results and say that he won the popular count in each state, we heard testimony today that the Trump campaign was also trying to push a different idea, alternate slates of electors, that no matter what the results were in the end, the final tabulation, that they were preparing lists of people who would be the electors. And as many of our viewers know, the ones who cast the final votes in the American presidential system. And with those electors, there was a question of who was behind this idea. At one point, President Trump, we heard testimony today, got a phone call together with the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, top Republican Party official in the country, and John Eastman, that lawyer we've heard so much about. And here's how McDaniel, again, top Republican official in the country, recounts that conversation about slates of electors.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
That's the key portion, that the campaign took the lead. The timing there matters, Judy, and we're asking about the timing of that call. Was it when all of the court cases had already ended and it was clear the president had lost? In that case, this raises sort of criminal questions about fraud and election fraud. Was it beforehand? Those are important questions about this sort of idea. But let's talk about those two members of Congress that came up today in the hearing. One, Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona. He is someone who did ask, we heard in testimony today, the state speaker to try and change the results or overturn the results, bring in new electors, create electors. And then Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. The testimony today, and we saw this in text messages, was that on January 6th itself, that one of his aides reached out to Vice President Pence's staff and said the senator wanted to hand him a slate of alternate electors on January 6th. Ron Johnson's office today says he didn't know about that ahead of time, but there is a real question if on January 6th itself, Ron Johnson was still trying to bring in a slate of electors that was not what his state decided.
Still some unanswered questions there. And Lisa, staying with you, so much of the focus today was on these state and local election officials. Tell us more about what we heard from this committee in terms of White House officials themselves pressuring local election people.
In particular, two women from Fulton County. These are the two women who were seen in video moving absentee ballots late at night. The Trump campaign for months said that those were secret suitcases of ballots. We know that's not true. It was regular election procedure. You heard from Shay Moss earlier. Her mother, Ruby Freeman, also testified about the barrage of threats that came emanating from her name being used by the Trump campaign, including people knocking on her door. At one point, the FBI saying she had to move because the threats to her life and property were so serious. Here's what she told the committee in recorded testimony this has meant and done to her.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one, but he targeted me, Lady Ruby, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Judy, I want to show you some quick statistics. She represents thousands of election workers across this country. And look at what's happened since 2020. Election officials experiencing threats, 1 in 6. And election officials who plan to quit by 2024, look at that, 1 in 5. So this is something that is not one person, though that might have been an extreme version of it. Many election officials feeling personal harm and professional harm from the last election.
Yeah, those numbers are just absolutely stunning. And finally, back to you, Laura. We did hear today, as we've reported, from the top two election officials in the state of Georgia, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and also the official who works with him closely, Gabriel Sterling. We already knew about the phone call that President Trump had placed and spent over an hour pressuring Raffensperger. What else did we learn today about the pressure he put on them?
Yeah, there were two things that stood out today, Judy. One, Sterling in his testimony said that the onslaught of disinformation and conspiracy theories pushed by President Trump, as he and his team tried to fight it, it was like, quote, shoveling out the ocean, trying to clear out the ocean with a shovel. And then the second thing was the specificity of Raffensperger's testimony. He went into specific details about everything that he investigated, saying he investigated every element of the allegations that Trump's team brought to him.
They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there's actually zero. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There was zero. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked, we ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So Raffensperger, you mentioned, Judy, he detailed all of the stuff about the allegations that Trump brought to him and how they were all false. He also talked about that phone call that Trump made to him, pressuring him to find more than 11,000 votes. Now, that phone call, a lot of election law experts think is enough to bring criminal charges against the president and his allies. Now, the committee today brought up the illegality of what we witnessed on January 6th and the lead up to it. And they kept saying over and over again that the Justice Department needs to be paying attention to what they are presenting. But it's not just the Justice Department that could bring criminal charges. The Fulton County DA in Georgia could very well bring charges herself against the president and against his allies. Right now, there is a grand jury investigation going on, which she is overseeing. And they also heard testimony from Raffensperger earlier this month. So that just speaks to the fact that it's not just the Justice Department, but that in Georgia, they could also bring charges against the president as we look forward to what potentially the ramifications could be.
All right, a very, very full day of testimony. I want to thank you both, Laura Barón-López, covering all this from the White House, Lisa Desjardins at the Capitol. Thank you. In its fifth public hearing, the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack detailed its findings of how former President Donald Trump pressured the Department of Justice to overturn the 2020 election results. Three of Mr. Trump's top Justice Department officials, the acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, the acting Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donoghue, and Assistant Attorney General, Stephen Engel, all recounted how Mr. Trump wanted the department to undermine and overturn the election, and how, when that effort failed, Mr. Trump nearly installed a loyalist who would carry out his demands. Here's Donoghue.
For the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis. And I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation.
Congressman Adam Kinzinger, one of two Republicans serving on the committee, led the presentation today. In his opening remarks, he had a message for his party.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow Republicans. Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed.
NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and our White House correspondent Laura Barón-López have been watching this hearing today, and they join me now. So, Laura, I'm going to turn to you first. So much of this hearing today, most of it, was about the pressure that then President Trump placed on the Justice Department to try to get them to do what he wanted them to do, which was overturn the election. Tell us how that case that the committee was making, the facts they put forward, built the case that they were making.
We heard today from top officials within former President Trump's Justice Department about that pressure that you just mentioned, Judy, about the fact that he wanted them to declare the 2020 election corrupt. We learned that Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, asked the DOJ to investigate whether Italian military satellites were manipulating voting machines. And we also heard from Trump's acting attorney general at the time, Rosen, and Rosen said that virtually every day between late December to early January, Trump was talking to him and calling him and trying to have conversations with him. And here's the litany of requests that Trump made to Rosen.
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. One of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud.
The dissatisfaction didn't stop there. President Trump also pressed, in a December 27th conversation, he pressed Rosen's deputy, Donahue, to also investigate these allegations. And Donahue told the committee that Trump brought forward an arsenal of allegations. And when asked by Congressman Kinzinger if any of them were credible, Donahue said no, they weren't.
And Laura, other than the former president himself, a central figure in all of this testimony today was Jeffrey Clark, that lower level Justice Department official who was pushing the former President Trump's line about a fraud in the election. Tell us what we learned more today about his role in all this.
Jeffrey Clark is a really fascinating figure here who was not present at the committee hearing at all today. And he is he's an environmental lawyer, and he then became the head of the civil division within the Justice Department around 2020. And he was key in trying to convince Trump to install him as the head of the Justice Department, because he told Trump that he would essentially be a yes man and was willing to do all the things that Trump was asking the Justice Department to do, and to replace Rosen with himself. Now, we heard about the big meeting that happened on January 3rd in the Oval Office with former President Trump, with his acting Attorney General Rosen, the deputies, as well as Jeffrey Clark. And in that meeting, Trump asked what would happen if he replaced Rosen with Clark. And here's what Donahue, the deputy AG at the time, said would happen.
He said, so suppose I do this. So suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I would resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice.
Donahue went on to say that also hundreds of Department of Justice officials would go on to resign if Trump tried to install Jeffrey Clark atop the Justice Department. And one final important point about Clark here, Judy, is that he went before the committee in private deposition, and he pled the fifth over and over again so as not to incriminate himself.
It appears he didn't answer any of the committee questions. Lisa, I want to turn to you now. We learned more today about the role in all of this of several members of Congress, didn't we?
We heard a lot of accusations and witness testimony about roles of members of Congress, and this speaks to exactly what Laura was reporting about. How did someone who was lower level in the Justice Department, Jeffrey Clark, be poised to become Attorney General at this important moment? And in that, we heard testimony again from the former Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. He had this fascinating bit, Judy, where he said, he talked about a phone call he was on with President Trump. And during that phone call, Mr. Donahue took notes on a pad near his phone because he wanted to record all the allegations that the former president was making. And I want to show you a graphic of one of the things that he said the former President Trump told him. He told him that he was asked by the president, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and Republican congressmen. So their former President Trump is implicating in this evidence Republican congressmen in this idea of overturning the election, calling it corrupt, whether it was or not. We had a little bit more evidence about who he was talking about, at least in part, or who the committee believes is involved. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, Republican. He is also currently the leader of the House Freedom Caucus, known for its conservative values and for really trying to affect what happens on the floor of the House. I reached out to Representative Perry's office. We haven't heard back yet from him. But the idea was that Perry himself is the one who helped raise Jeffrey Clark as a potential to change the top of the Justice Department so that it could help President Trump. Here's an exchange that we heard today, Adam Kinzinger, the congressman, going through some of the text exchanges between Representative Perry and the then Chief of Staff to President Trump, Mark Meadows. Here's what he laid out.
Meadows responds with, I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position. Representative Perry then texts, Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark? Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call.
And so that's the idea that a member of Congress was actually getting involved in what this committee sees as plots. We are waiting to hear from these members of Congress specifically. One other thing we heard today that was very notable, this committee raised evidence testimony from those in the White House that said 6 members of Congress had asked for pardons specifically for themselves, and that another, Representative Jordan, had asked about whether pardons would be issued. Representative Jordan has issued a statement tonight saying that is absolutely not true. He called it 100% fake news. But we've asked these other representatives, Scott Perry, one of them, Mo Brooks, Louis Gohmert, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Andy Biggs are the ones that the committee testimony today said asked for pardons for themselves in relation to the 2020 election and what they had said. Again, very serious accusations, especially from members of Congress against the other. So we're waiting to hear from their response.
And we heard former White House aides and advisors making some of those statements. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone Lopez, thank you both. The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol today held a quickly scheduled hearing, its 6th this month, to present what it called new and urgent evidence about what former President Donald Trump knew and said before, during, and after the insurrection. Cassidy Hutchinson, a former aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, presented the most compelling and detailed account yet of the actions of the former president's inner circle. And she shared her own reaction as she watched the events of January 6th.
I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Today was the first time Hutchinson publicly appeared before the committee, but she has spoken several other times behind closed doors. And in video from those depositions, Hutchinson explained that Trump knew some of the members of the crowd were armed with weapons because he grew frustrated about the Secret Service security procedures, specifically the metal detectors, making the crowd at his January 6th speech smaller than he wanted.
wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez have been following the hearings today. They both join me now. Laura, let me begin with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, not a name we were familiar with, but she was at the center of so much what was going on in the White House, certainly had a lot of access. How did she fill in the timeline of what took place?
That's right, Judy. So Cassidy Hutchinson has worked for Republicans for a very long time, and she was in daily contact with her boss, Mark Meadows, as well as a lot of other senior White House officials throughout her time in the White House and leading up to January 6th. She testified that on multiple occasions there were warnings and raised concerns about threats of violence on that day. She said that she overheard Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer, talking about Proud Boys and Oath Keepers being present at the events that day. And then she also gave very important testimony about an exchange that she had with Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to President Trump. And in that exchange, Cipollone told Hutchinson on January 3rd that he was really worried about legal concerns that the White House could face if President Trump decided to go to the Capitol on January 6th, making a movement that would be very logistically difficult. And he also warned her again on the morning of January 6th. Here's what Cipollone said to Hutchinson.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Now, that exchange that Hutchinson recalled was new. We had never heard that before. And also the specific crimes that Cipollone was talking about, he told Hutchinson that he thought that they could face obstruction of proceeding charges, as well as defrauding of electors charges. And still, despite all of those warnings, the president wanted to go to the Capitol and urged his staff to make it possible for him.
And Laura, Cassidy Hutchinson testified about how she traveled in the president's motorcade to the rally that was taking place on the morning of January 6th. And she also testified about the president's reaction when he learned that a number of the people at that rally or in that area were carrying weapons.
That's right. As you mentioned earlier, Judy, the president was really upset that his supporters were not being allowed into where his speech was at, which is the Ellipse, which is right outside of the White House. And it was because that they had weapons, they had knives, they had other, very dangerous paraphernalia on them. And the president said, let them through. They aren't going to hurt me. And that he was pretty much dismissing threats of a violence. Now, after his speech at that Stop the Steal rally with his supporters, the president then went to go get into his motorcade, into the vehicle that we call the Beast. And when he got in with Robert Engel, who was his top Secret Service agent that day. And he was under the impression that he was going to be able to go from that speech to the Capitol along with his supporters. And when he was told by Robert Engel that he was not going to be able to do that due to resources, here's how the president reacted.
The president had very strong, very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now. To which Bobby responded, sir, we have to go back to the West Wing. The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. we're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol. Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Hutchinson was told that exchange about that episode in The Beast by Anthony Ornato, who was then Deputy Chief of Staff to the president. And she said that when she was told that when they returned to the White House, because again, she was in the motorcade with the president throughout the day when he went to the speech, when he came back to the White House from the speech. And she said that when she was told that Robert Engel was standing there in the room, again, that Secret Service agent with the president, and he did not refute anything that was said in that episode. And as the day went on, then rioters broke into the Capitol, which we all watched as they started to descend into the Senate. And Hutchinson said that at that point, she witnessed Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to the president, confront Mark Meadows, chief of staff, and that Cipollone was very concerned because we were starting to hear chants about hanging Vice President Mike Pence from the rioters that had descended on the Capitol. And here is what Cipollone said to Meadows.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong.
The big picture here, Judy, is that we've heard from Hutchinson's testimony time and again, all of the warning signs and all of the concerns about what would happen on January 6th, and that the president appeared to be dismissing the threats of violence, not just to members of Congress, but also to his vice president.
And I'm going to have Lisa pick it up from here. Lisa, when it comes to the president's then chief of staff, Mark Meadows, we did learn more today about his role in all this.
That's right. A lot of names here, but central is Mark Meadows. And let's remind our viewers who we're talking about in his own history. Mark Meadows came to Congress as a member from North Carolina, and we can look at some of the associations in a graphic that we have here. There you go, Mark Meadows. He, in 2015, formed the Freedom Caucus with Congressman Jim Jordan. And then in 2020, he became the chief of staff to President Trump. Central figure, and what we heard described today in testimony, Judy, was a picture of a chief of staff who was not acting to the degree to which it almost seemed it was a passiveness that may have bordered on permissiveness of what was going on in the White House's Oval Office. On January 2nd in particular, Cassidy Hutchinson described a conversation with Rudy Giuliani. She was walking him out of the White House. He brought up plans for January 6th in a way that really got on her radar like never before. She walked back into the White House and she was asked today, did she then talk to Mark Meadows, her boss, about what she heard from Giuliani? Here's her response.
I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol. He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, there's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th. That evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th.
Fast forward to January 6th, and Hutchinson says her boss, Mark Meadows, was unresponsive to her pleas to pay attention to what was going on at the Capitol. He wasn't even really concerned about Jim Jordan when she first brought that issue up. And then she recounted this moment when White House counsel Pat Cipollone reached out to Meadows to try and get him to get the president more involved. Here's that conversation.
The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now. And Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat. And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there.
Just extraordinary testimony. We also heard today that from Hutchinson that Meadows himself asked for a pardon. We, of course, reached out to Mr. Meadows' attorneys for a response to all of this. We have not heard back yet.
Lisa, there was literally one explosive disclosure after another. Anything else you would add that was noteworthy in the way of accusations, and how are the former president and the others around him responding to all this?
I will say some Republicans have reacted in texts with me, direct messages with just a simple exclamation point. But it's important to point out that the president has in fact been responding today. Here are some of the quotes that he's put out on social media today. First, he said of Hutchinson, "I hardly know who this person is." Of that limo anecdote, the idea that he reached out and assaulted a security aide, he said that's a fake story. And he also said there's no cross-examination for this so-called witnesses. This is a kangaroo court. And I should remind viewers, of course, that former President Trump in the past has disassociated himself, said he doesn't know people that we know he has been associated with in the past. So I want to add that piece of context. Now, overall, let's talk about all these accusations. Laura and I have presented a lot of reporting. It's easy to get lost in, but we wanted to summarize what we learned today overall. First, that President Trump knew about weapons here in Washington, D.C., and a chance for violence from the crowd as it was getting ready to go to the Capitol, and that he himself wanted to march into the Capitol with the crowd. The other accusation is that he assaulted the security chief sworn to protect him because he wanted to take over and get himself to the Capitol. And then another accusation, Judy, that's important, witness tampering. The committee said that they now have messages from Trump allies to witnesses saying that they are sure they will be loyal. That, of course, is also a potential federal crime. And I think with all of this, what we're seeing now is the committee kind of honing more and more evidence for criminal cases that still remains in the hands of the Department of Justice, of course. And we also know more hearings are ahead. We don't know when.
That's right. They pointed to hearings upcoming, more information to be disclosed. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone-Lopez, we thank you both. The January 6th committee hearing this afternoon, the 7th public meeting, ended with a dramatic revelation. Vice Chair Liz Cheney said former President Trump recently called a witness the committee was talking to, an action the committee referred to the Department of Justice as potential witness tampering. Over the course of 3 hours, the committee also laid out in detail a series of events leading up to the insurrection on January 6th. That began weeks earlier in a mid-December White House meeting that one former aide called unhinged, as allies of then-President Trump repeated baseless claims about election fraud and urged action to overturn the results. Later that night, Mr. Trump sent a tweet that one committee member called a call to arms for his supporters. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild, he wrote. As the committee showed, supporters of the former president, including members of a far-right militia group, heeded his call. One person even predicted a red wedding. That's a pop culture reference to a massacre on January 6th. Jason Van Tatenhove, a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers, drew the connection and concern for the future.
If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point.
Representative Stephanie Murphy of Florida read from a text exchange between two Trump campaign advisors, including one-time campaign manager Brad Parscale, who, after the events of January 6th, blamed his former boss.
Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was."
And for more on what we learned from the hearing, I'm joined by our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, and White House correspondent, Laura Barone Lopez. Good evening to both of you. Lisa, you were in the hearing room. Let's start by talking about that dramatic confrontation inside the White House. It was December 2020. It was all about whether and how to overturn the election. Tell us more.
We're now at the point, Judy, where the committee is going chronologically right up to January 6th. And this important moment happened in the middle of December after the Attorney General had already said there was no reason to believe there was fraud worth overturning the election, already had dismissed what the president, then Trump, had been saying. So let's take you inside who was in this meeting. 4 people in particular in this meeting were surprise guests to many of the staffers in the White House. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney at different times. And there you also see 3 other people, including Michael Flynn, former security advisor, but then he did not have a position at the White House. There you also see all of the people there who were advising him. Sidney Powell included them, and then Patrick Byrne on the end, who is the CEO of Overstock.com. Those 4 people, the testimony today was that it wasn't clear they actually had been invited to the White House. They somehow at the last minute were able to get into the Oval Office. They all presented, the testimony today said, conspiracy theories that ran the gamut, pushing the president even to do things like declare martial law, to seize election machines, those kinds of things. Also coming into the Oval Office during this meeting then were actual White House staffers. There you see some of them who were involved. Eric Hirschman, the attorney, the staff secretary, Lyons. You see Mark Meadows, chief of staff in and out, and the president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. They were pushing back at the 4 others in what was described in an extensive montage of bites as a very hostile confrontation. Let's listen to how they played it out in the hearing today.
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people in the Oval Office.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on the couch, like chit-chatting.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
That was essentially a battle for the soul of the White House. As that hours-long meeting ran on and on, after it ended, Judy, around 1:42 in the morning, came the tweet that you talked about earlier tonight. That idea, the president asking for people to come to January 6th for a wild protest. That tweet was sent out right after that contentious meeting.
And Lisa, the committee is charging that the president did more than just send out that tweet about a wild protest. What more are they saying?
That's right. As you get closer to January 6th, here's some more of what the committee said. Steve Bannon, the president's advisor, longtime advisor, was on the phone with the president. They said White House call logs showed the morning of January 5th. Now, also on January 5th, I want to remind viewers what Steve Bannon said on his broadcast show. Listen to this quote.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this, it's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
So Steve Bannon had spoken with President Trump before he made that statement. He spoke with President Trump again that evening. Also, the evening of January 5th, the committee wanted to point out there was a rally down the street from the White House, one that some of the advisors of President Trump was full of the crazies, people that had extreme views. There you see video that we saw in the hearing today. Also, testimony we heard was that President Trump opened the doors of the Oval Office to try and hear that rally from where he sat. So again, leading up to January 6th, the very day before, you have his advisors talking to him and talking about sort of an extreme day ahead on the 6th.
And Lisa, we know there were two witnesses today, one of them a member of the, or former member, I should say, of this extremist white nationalist group, the Oath Keepers, the other one, someone who took part in the Capitol attack.
That's right. You played that concern earlier from the former member of the Oath Keepers, who was not present at the Capitol on January 6th. He wasn't with the group then. But he said this was, in fact, not just a militia group, but a violent militia group. Then we heard from another man, Stephen Ayers. He's from Ohio. He said he was watching social media leading up to January 6th, and he believed that the election was stolen. He says he no longer sees it that way. But the committee asked him exactly why he did what he did on January 6th. And here's what he said.
So why did you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I mean, I believed it.
And Mr. Ayers is yet to be sentenced. He'll be sentenced in September. To that question of whether the president wanted a riotous crowd to come to the Capitol, the committee today is trying to make the case, it seems, that this was not unintentional passions that he inflamed, but something very intentional. I want to also call up, if we can, a draft tweet that the committee says it uncovered from that group of advisors who wanted things like martial law. And they said this tweet shows that the president signed off. This was never sent out, but something that the President Trump himself saw, claiming before the January 6th rally, asking people to march to the Capitol. So the case they're trying to make in the committee here is that, in fact, this was an intentional march on the Capitol that President Trump wanted to lead. Another note, Judy, this was actually an emotional day, I think, for some of the Capitol police officers who were in there today. They did shake hands. One of the officers shake hands with Mr. Ayers, with the Oath Keeper. And talking to them afterward, they said that their lives are forever changed by January 6th. Those men have lives that have been changed as well. One of the officers, Harry Dunn, told me, and I saw the look in his eye, Judy, when he looked across at the man who had broken into the Capitol and attacked him and other officers who had broken into the Capitol. Harry Dunn said, "I'm not sure what I felt, but it might have been anger. I'm still processing." So it was an emotional day, certainly at the end of that hearing.
It certainly had to be for them. And quickly, I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez. So Laura, how does what we learned today fit into this larger picture that the committee's pulling together of what President Trump did and any potential criminal charges against him?
Those two things that Lisa just mentioned, the draft tweet that the president saw, as well as testimony from Stephen Ayers saying that he was just following former President Trump's lead and then that was the reason he was there, that could potentially inform, if the Justice Department decides to charge the former president, it could inform an obstruction of congressional proceedings charge. Now, that's because that would potentially prove that the president was trying to stop the lawful certification of the 2020 vote. Another one that was revealed today was that Congresswoman Liz Cheney said that since the last hearing, the president tried to call a witness, which we have not heard from yet, and that they have referred that to the Justice Department as potential witness tampering. She said that the committee takes that very seriously. So that could potentially be another charge. But again, we don't know if the Justice Department is going to pursue this. Now, one important piece of context here, as the hearings are happening, as these talk of potential charges against the former president, is that President Trump, just as recently as June, said that he would, if elected again, pardon these January 6 rioters, people involved in the insurrection, because he believes that they are patriots. And Congressman Jamie Raskin said to the public that that potential for Republicans and that the Republican Party, along with Trump, to continue down the road of authoritarianism could be a big problem. One final thing is that NewsHour can report that a week from Thursday, we expect what is going to be the final hearing in this series. There is the potential for more hearings, and it's going to be focused specifically on the 187 minutes of when President Trump was not putting out any statements as the insurrection was ongoing.
So these hearings are continuing. Laura Barone Lopez, Lisa Desjardins, we thank you both. The U.S. House Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol concluded its first round of public hearings last night with a nearly 3-hour presentation centered on a crucial 187 minutes on that day, featuring firsthand accounts inside the White House. Lisa Desjardins reports.
Center stage at last night's hearings about the January 6th riot, President Trump's inaction as his supporters carried it out, and law enforcement feared for their lives.
On that door up. If we're moving, we need to move now. Copy. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave.
One jarring moment, listening to the Secret Service radio for help. Testimony from a Secret Service agent whose identity was protected captured the fear in the vice president's detail.
There was a lot of yelling, a lot of very personal calls over the radio. So it was disturbing. I don't like talking about it, but there were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth. It was getting, for whatever the reason was on the ground, the VP detail thought that this was about to get very ugly.
In the hearing room, lawmakers who were at the Capitol that day held on to one another and showed dismay at the footage. The committee showed that as the attack raged, those around Trump were urging him to call for the mob to stop. Pat Cipollone was the president's top White House lawyer.
I think I was pretty clear there needed to be an immediate and forceful response statement, public statement that people need to leave the Capitol now.
Even the former president's own son, Don Jr., texted White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
At 2:53, he wrote, "He's got to condemn this ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough." Mr. Meadows replied, "I am pushing it hard. I agree."
The committee used a map to show where President Trump watched the attack live on television from the White House dining room. Former White House press aide Sarah Matthews stressed that location.
He could have been on camera almost instantly. If he had wanted to make an address from the Oval Office, we could have assembled the White House press corps probably in a matter of minutes to get them into the Oval for him to do an on-camera address.
Former Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Pottinger spoke about one of Trump's few actions to send out a tweet criticizing Vice President Pence.
So the tweet looked to me like the opposite of what we really needed at that moment, which was a de-escalation. And that's why I had said earlier that it looked like fuel being poured on the fire. So that was the moment that I decided that I was going to resign.
The hearing also showed remarkable footage of the leaders at the Capitol. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell and Democratic leader Chuck Schumer were pushing to call Congress back to session.
We're not going to let these people keep us from finishing our business. So we need you to get the building cleared.
What is the earliest that we could safely resume our proceedings in the Senate and House chambers? The earliest we could safely resume.
The committee showed the video that Trump recorded 3 hours after learning of the attack, that he went off script and spoke lovingly of the crowd.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
New footage showed that the next day, as he recorded another video, Trump still refused to accept his loss.
But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
He was defiant again last night. The former president responded to the hearing on his social media site, Truth Social, again spouting falsehood and writing, "I had an election rigged and stolen from me and our country." Overall, last night, the committee drilled down on Trump's dereliction of duty, as it called it, working to isolate him as the problem, both past and ongoing.
Every American must consider this. Can a president who is willing to make the choices Donald Trump made during the violence of January 6th ever be trusted with any position of authority in our great nation again?
It is a stain on our history. It is a dishonor to all those who have sacrificed and died in service of our democracy.
The panel plans to resume its hearings in September. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
In an unexpected move today, the House Select Committee investigating the events on January 6th voted to subpoena former President Donald Trump. The move will likely be the last major action from the panel before the upcoming midterm elections. The committee's aim is to question the former president about his actions leading up to the attack on the U.S. Capitol 2 years ago. The move will also likely set off a new court battle. To help us make sense of all of this, I'm joined by our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, good to see you. Let's start with the news out of today's hearing, the subpoena of the former president. What does it mean, and what do we know about why the committee chose to do this now?
That's right. On this 9th hearing for the committee, they voted 9-0 to subpoena the former president in relation to January 6th. And this is all part of a case that the committee has been focused on since the beginning, centering around the former president. They laid out that case throughout these hearings, and today again, as they say, a president who planned months ahead of time to claim that the election would be stolen from him, and then encouraged a mob to attack the Capitol and tried to bring other U.S. officials in line with him to try and overturn the results of the election. Here is Republican representative on the committee, Liz Cheney, laying out the argument that she, as she sees it, for the case against the former president and for subpoena.
This leads us to a key question. Why would Americans assume that our Constitution and our institutions in our republic are invulnerable to another attack? Why would we assume that those institutions will not falter next time? A key lesson of this investigation is this: our institutions only hold when men and women of good faith make them hold, regardless of the political cost. We have no guarantee that these men and women will be in place next time. Any future president inclined to attempt what Donald Trump did in 2020 has now learned not to install people who could stand in the way.
The committee does expect a legal fight from the former president, but in a practical sense, the committee's work and the committee itself ceases to exist at the end of this Congress in early January. Only if Democrats retain control of the House does it seem the subpoena will live past the end of this year. Meanwhile, the former president is reacting. He took to Truth Social. He questioned the timing, in particular, of this subpoena. And I want to show you what he wrote. He wrote that why did they wait until the very end, the final moments of their last meeting? Because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country. The former president, also repeated lies, known falsehoods that do not have evidence about the 2020 election. Now, those on the committee say, why was the timing now? They tell me because all the evidence led them here. They say they didn't start out here.
Lisa, we know a lot of what the committee showed today was previously showed in the 8 hearings, but there was a lot of new footage as well. Tell us a little bit about what we saw and what we learned from that new material.
It was about what President Trump did before and during the January 6th attack. Before, we heard new words from Cassidy Hutchinson, who was an aide at the White House, who said she heard former President Trump say he had lost the election. That was in December. But the most riveting testimony, the most riveting footage was new footage not seen by the public before from inside the Capitol of congressional leaders. And I want to show you a few minutes of that. It begins just after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was whisked away from the House floor.
There has to be some way we can maintain the sense that people have that there's some security or some confidence that government can function and that we can elect the president of the United States. Did we go back into session?
We did go back into session, but now apparently everybody on the floor is putting on tear gas masks to prepare for a breach. I'm trying to get more information.
They're putting on their,
Tear gas masks.
We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels.
I'm gonna call up the effing Secretary of DOP. We have some senators who are still in their hideaways. They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really, that they said somebody was shot. It's just horrific. We're trying to figure out how we can get this job done today. We talked to Mitch about it earlier. He's not in the room right now, but he was with us earlier and said, you know, we want to expedite this and hopefully they could confine it to just one complaint, Arizona, and then we could vote and that would be, you know, then just move forward with the rest of the state. The overriding wish is to do it at the Capitol. What we are being told very directly is it's going to take days for the Capitol to be okay again. We've gotten a very bad report about the condition of the House floor with defecation and all that kind of thing as well. I don't think that that's hard to clean up, but I do think it is more from a security standpoint of making sure that everybody is out of the building and how long will that take.
Anyone can imagine that was very powerful footage in the room. And especially because sitting in the front row in the hearing room, I watched as Capitol police officers who withstood the attack watch that footage, struggling to watch it. There you see Aquilina Ganell, who was personally grievously injured in the attack, had to watch that footage they had not seen before. Of course, Congress did reconvene, but as we know, January 6th and all of that footage is something that is very much a real part of life here in the Capitol day to day.
Lisa, we know also the committee subpoenaed the Secret Service, got handed over thousands of emails and other documents and communications. What from those did the committee show in today's hearing?
Those thousands of documents, what we got from those today, Amna, was a picture of a Secret Service that knew months ahead, had very clear warning signs that an attack was coming. I want to particularly highlight something that was raised by Representative Adam Schiff. He said a tip that the Secret Service got.
The source went on to say, their plan is to literally kill people. Please, please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites like the Donald.win. Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys planning for January 6th.
There were clear conversations from emails that the committee pointed out between Secret Service members indicating that they believe President Trump did want to come and was planning to come to the Capitol that day. And then within the very quick span, some Secret Service high-up officials saying, no, we will not be going to the Capitol.
So Lisa, today's hearing was the 9th public hearing by the committee. Is it the last? What happens next?
This is the question everybody has. We don't know. The committee has not announced when it will have its last hearing. We do know that the committee is working on its final report. I frankly expect that to happen after the midterms. We may get some sort of documents before then, but the main report we expect to come after. And on that note, I want to point out one short piece of sound that we heard, something significant that could be in that report. Here's Representative Pete Aguilar today.
And I will also note this. The committee is reviewing testimony regarding potential obstruction on this issue, including testimony about advice given not to tell the committee about this specific topic. We will address this matter in our report.
That's a not so subtle reminder that among the purposes of this committee, we know has been to get the attention of the Department of Justice. Obstruction, obviously a federal crime. Many on this committee hoping that their work leads to charges. We don't know if it will.
That is Lisa Desjardins reporting from Capitol Hill tonight. Thank you, Lisa.
Welcome.
You just watched the NewsHour's in-depth coverage of all of the hearings that happened this summer. But for more on today's events, I'm joined by PBS NewsHour's congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
According to the committee chairman, Representative Benny Thompson, we will hear some recommendations to the Department of Justice, specifically some criminal recommendations, and some we're told will include recommendations for former President Donald Trump. Can you tell us what that means and put that into context for us?
Correct. That's our reporting. I've been told that we will get criminal referrals for former President Trump, as well as potentially for other people whose names have come up during the hearing. We don't have those names yet. We will see them likely today in this meeting. Essentially, what is happening here is that only the Department of Justice has the ability to prosecute on federal charges, as most of our audience knows. Congress can't do that, not for these kinds of charges are what we're expecting. And so what Congress is doing is saying, look, we did this thorough investigation, a year and a half, over 1,000 witnesses. Here are our conclusions. And based on all of the evidence that we've collected, we do believe that there was criminal activity here. We believe these are the exact crimes that were committed, and we are referring that to you, the Department of Justice, to prosecute. The Department of Justice can take that recommendation or leave it. Now, one thing that's interesting here that's unique, Nicole, is that usually when Congress makes a referral, it's about an investigation that it's not known if the Department of Justice is investigating or not. This is the rare situation where the Department of Justice is clearly investigating January 6th, and in particular, investigating former President Trump. We know that there's a special counsel involved here. And so we know the Department of Justice is already kind of out ahead of what Congress is doing at this step, but Congress is enforcing the idea that charges should be brought.
We're also told that the committee will release its final report later this week. What do you anticipate we'll see in that report, and why is it coming out days after this final public hearing?
We all have that same question. I am not sure why there is a difference, but I suspect it has to do with the volume involved in this report. We know there will be 8 chapters, that's from Chairman Thompson, and those will lay out, from my understanding, essentially what they see as a conspiracy by former President Trump. It will lay out different aspects of the investigation that they've launched, different things they've looked into through this last year and a half. And I do think it will be hundreds and hundreds of pages. So it is possible that they simply want a little bit more time to finish up that report, get it ready to go out. And, you know, it's a holiday week. So there was a question of, should the meeting be the same day as the release of the report, Wednesday, or should the meeting be today, Monday, so that in theory, members would get more time home? In this particular case, members may have to come back for a different vote, but I think this had to do with some scheduling logistics more than anything.
Members and probably a few journalists too. I wanted to also ask you, given all of the information and the volume that you just mentioned, what has this committee been doing since October when the last hearing took place?
I think that you can't overstate the amount of work and these sort of many different corridors this committee has looked down. While the hearings and what you and I've talked about the most have been focused on former President Trump and what the committee has found and alleged about his activities and his behavior, the truth is that there were many staffers also pursuing other avenues. What was going on with the Pentagon? What was happening with the National Guard? How about security at the Capitol? There were many different wheels turning on this committee. And I think that all of those groups have been trying to finalize this vast amount of information that they've had for this past month. There were a few final sort of questions of witnesses they might bring in or not. But I think it's just been a time where they've been trying to wrap up the largest investigation in congressional history. And I think they knew that would take some time, and it has. And I know for sure, at least this last week and certainly over the weekend, there were many sleepless nights for many staffers working on this committee.
Subpoenaing phone calls of some of the people involved in this investigation has been a point of contention, especially in recent months and weeks. How will that, and what has been going on there, and how will that inform what we hear from the committee and what they may recommend in this final document?
Yeah, the subpoenas for the phone calls and for testimony, including from former President Trump, have been a point of contention, as you say. But the truth is, this committee's ability to do anything ends almost in a Cinderella type way at the end of this Congress. We do not expect the incoming Republican House to renew the charter for this committee, and under its own rules, under the rules that establish this committee, it ceases to exist no later than 30 days after its final report is submitted. So, you know, I think legal scholars and historians will look at that subpoena question. There may be some court cases still about subpoenas between the House and executive branch here. But I think the truth is most of that is going to probably fall by the wayside just because of the nature of this committee ending its work, ceasing to exist, and Republicans taking over the House.
Former President Trump has persistently repeated some of the false election fraud claims that are at the center of this committee's investigation. How do you think his rhetoric, or do you think his rhetoric has been informed by, influenced by the findings and the things that this committee has revealed throughout its hearings? And you know, I think the other factor here to incorporate into sort of our conversation around this is the fact that he's running for president in 2024. How has this changed or informed how he talks about that or his rhetoric heading into that election cycle?
I've covered former President Trump since before he announced he was running for president. And, you know, he is a man that does not like to be second fiddle. He does not like any implication that he is remotely a failure. He does not want to give up a fight. And I think that anytime the committee has made allegations against him, he is going to react. We've seen him react and react strongly. However, I will also say this, I don't think his core message has changed. He has continued to relentlessly push the same false idea, the same lies about the 2020 election. And I think no matter how much evidence the committee puts out, he has continued to stay exactly where he's been. You know, if anything, I think that he has perhaps after the midterm election been more affected by the results in this last election. And that we saw changed, I think, former President Trump's rhetoric a little bit, where he started lashing out at the Constitution itself, not just Democrats, not just this January 6th committee, but there you saw him turning to a new kind of sharpness, you know, a new tact that made it seem like he was even more angry than before, and you know, saying that the parts of the Constitution should be terminated in order to help him was certainly a new level of, I think, the antithesis of what the founding fathers wrote in the oath of office of the president. So I think that he's sort of stayed in the same place, but I think the election, probably more than this committee, has changed what he's been saying in the past few weeks.
As we look at this political landscape, election deniers in the midterms really struggled, especially on statewide ballots, to get seats. Do you think that this committee and the work and investigations and hearings that revealed quite a lot of information had an influence on some of those midterm elections?
It remains to be seen, but we know a few things. First, Democrats do believe that. They believe that this committee really putting out what they see as objective evidence, much of it from Republicans themselves, about President Trump's role and his irresponsibility in that role, leading to violence at the U.S. Capitol itself. They believe all of that really did affect how voters saw the Republican Party. We also know that when we were polling in the weeks leading up to the election, and I know everybody knows polls are not perfect. They're not our North Star, but I do think sometimes they are sort of a little bit of a compass. And we were seeing in those weeks leading up to the election, very strong increase in concern about democracy from Democrats. And I think as much as it may have had some Republican-leaning independents think about how they look at the Republican Party, I think the January 6th committee really galvanized concern from Democrats, and it really got them out to the polls, this idea of a stolen election, candidates who were still talking about stolen elections. That was a big motivator for Democrats. And I do think the January 6th committee had a lot to do with that.
We are a ways away from the 2024 election, but I'm curious to hear if you think that these hearings and the really the ongoing investigation that we are reaching a conclusion of will it affect or impact voter turnout in 2024.
Ooh, 2024 is so far away. I know that really it's already started. However, I think that's hard to forecast. I think that there will be, I think that we need to brace ourselves for other very serious situations ahead, as we kind of navigate ourselves or try to navigate ourselves out of this period of hostility and political violence. I don't think we're out of it yet. So I think that my expectation is that there will be more stories we can't predict that will affect 2024 more than January 6th, but it's hard to say.
This committee has covered a lot. What do you think they'll try to highlight as main takeaways in this final, fairly, somewhat of a conclusion, public meeting?
What I can say now is that we do expect this meeting to be shorter than the ones we've seen in the past. Most of those were 2, sometimes 3 hours, I believe. This, my guess, is somewhere around an hour and a half, an hour. I was told by a good source that it will be shorter, more kind of very focused, wrapping up of what their work is. And because of that, I think we will hear all the same themes we've heard in the past. I think there will be a great deal of focus, if not the entire focus, on former President Trump. But viewers should also be ready for some other names to come up. Perhaps John Eastman, he's the attorney who really pushed the theory that Mike Pence could stop the certification, use his vice presidential power, and also who pushed ideas that alternate slates of electors could be brought in. So I think there are a few other names we could hear, but I think this will all be about former President Trump. And I want to just quickly clarify something I said earlier. I said, this is a rare referral of criminal charges from Congress. I should actually be more clear that that wasn't quite right. These are referrals of charges from a single committee of Congress, of course, the House Select Committee. And we need to say, many Republicans still believe this committee is inherently political, that it targeted a president who represented a party that is the opposing party of most of the committee. And they think that the committee really did not do enough to talk about Capitol security and what happened on that day outside of President Trump. So there are real allegations about how the committee did its work as well.
Thank you for clarifying that, Lisa. What else will you be paying attention to or looking for in today's hearing and in the documents that follow?
What I really am eager for, and sort of I am and I'm not, is when the transcript of the committee's interviews come out. We don't expect that today. It may not come Wednesday, but I think over the next coming weeks, we will see those transfers come out. 1,000 interviews. There's a question of how selective was the committee and what it presented to viewers? Were there things that, for example, may have helped President Trump and his case that they didn't show? Or was there more kind of information just about the narrative of what happened that the committee didn't have time to get to? So I'm really eager to get those transcripts. It is going to be a lot of reading for everyone. So hopefully they're public. I think they will be public, and viewers can also jump in. And I think it's going to be a group, as in the country, process to look through those.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We will certainly be paying attention to your reporting. Lisa Desjardins, congressional correspondent for the PBS NewsHour. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
For the PBS NewsHour, I am Nicole Ellis. We now turn to the meeting room and continued special coverage from the PBS NewsHour. So stick around.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to this PBS NewsHour special live coverage of the House Select Committee investigating January the 6th. I'm Judy Woodruff. As Republicans prepare to take over control of the House in just 2 weeks, the committee is winding down its 18-month investigation into the attack on the Capitol. At today's meeting, members are set to vote to approve the committee's final report, which they say will be released later this week. The committee is also expected to recommend that the Department of Justice charge several people with crimes, including former President Donald Trump, for his actions to overturn the 2020 election. Those charges may include insurrection and obstruction of an official proceeding. Joining me now in our studio are Mary McCord, Director of Georgetown University's Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. She's also a former Justice Department official. And Jamil Jaffer. He is a law professor at George Mason University and former associate counsel to President George W. Bush. So Mary and Jamil, to both of you, welcome. We're keeping a live eye on the committee hearing room at the Capitol in the Cannon House Office Building caucus room. We were told they were going to start right on time at 1 o'clock Eastern, but we see they haven't come into the room. There's kind of unofficial word. They're having difficulty with a prompter, which is a reminder that they're very much prepared for this. They've scripted out, we are told, what they are working on and what they're planning to say. And so that prompter is going to be important. But Mary, let's get back to the substance of today. Why is this significant?
I think the committee, after so much work, so much investigating, amassing so much evidence, wanted to have, a chance for the American public to actually present their recommendations, make their criminal referrals, and referrals I think we will see for other things too, maybe for ethics investigations and other things like that, and create a record that they could have one more time talking about it on television so that people can see what they've amassed. I think they want to make sure it's out there and it's in the public's view.
And Jamil Jaffer, for them to be referring to the Justice Department that there be criminal charges against a former president of the United States. We haven't seen this before.
I mean, it's unprecedented, obviously, Judy. It's a first, in the history of the country. The idea that a president of the United States will be charged or that Congress would recommend that he be charged with crimes including lying, obstructing official proceeding, incitement to insurrection, conspiracy to defraud the United States. These are serious potential charges that might be brought by the Justice Department. And for Congress, a committee of Congress, admittedly a committee that is not balanced in terms of political representation for a variety of reasons, to be recommending that is shocking, to say the least.
And that is a reminder that this is a 9-member committee, 7 Democrats, 2 Republicans, who went against their party's majority in the House of Representatives in even agreeing to serve on this committee. The leadership of the party did not want to appoint any other Republicans to serve. So it is lopsided in its representation and in Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. But remind us again, Mary McCord, how it is that we are at a place where 2 years after this attack on the Capitol, that this committee has amassed a mountain of information.
Well, they put together a huge team of investigators. The Congress members themselves were very, very involved, and they've spent their time acquiring documents, including presidential records from the National Archives, interviewing witnesses, including many who cooperated and some who did not, and really, creating a huge record. It's an investigation on an enormous scale. It's huge even compared, for example, to the Mueller investigation, which was not a congressional investigation, but nevertheless involved many, many people and a whole lot of evidence. Here, I think what's significant too is it's not just about the attackers that day, right? The investigation is much bigger than that. Who else was involved? Who else might have been? And the plot, as the committee has laid out over these many months of hearings, was not, it culminated on January 6th, but it involved many other steps.
And what we're going to see, we are told, Jamil Jaffer, is evidence, information that points to specifically to former President Trump. Yes, there were other players, other individuals, but the bulk of these recommendations for criminal referral appear to be going to the former president.
Well, you know, Judy, it's hard to not see what's obvious from that what happened those days and weeks leading up to January 6th, and then on that day itself, right? It's clear the president believed he had won the election, believed that he had to take action to stop Congress from endorsing the election of President Biden. And made efforts, made a plan on how to do that. He sought to change state legislatures' views on who their electors were. He sought to put pressure on those state legislatures. He sought to put pressure on Vice President Mike Pence to do something he couldn't do under the Electoral Count Act, which is to not count the valid votes. He sought to put pressure all around. And then ultimately, when it came to that day, he went to the National Mall, he went to the Ellipse and said to the people there, go to the Capitol, march on the Capitol, knowing they were armed. There was no question, I think, in anybody's mind about what was happening at that moment. The president was encouraging people to go to the Capitol, knowing they were armed, knowing what they would do, knowing they weren't there to attack him. He said to his own staff, they're not here to come after me.
Right. All right. We are looking again at live pictures of the hearing room where the House Select Committee that is looking into the attack on the Capitol on January the 6th of last year is gathering. There was a few minutes delay, but it looks like they are about to get underway. That was Chairman Benny Thompson leading the way. He'll take the seat there in the middle. The other members of the committee quickly taking their seats. We are told they are anxious to keep this meeting to under an hour. They will vote on those referrals, we are told, near the end of this meeting. But let's go now to Chairman Benny Thompson. And they are still gathering themselves, but we are going to listen for the start of this meeting.
A quorum being present, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's meeting, and further, its approval to release deposition material that accompanies release of the Select Committee's final report. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. To cast a vote in the United States is an act of faith and hope. When we drop that ballot in the ballot box, we expect the people named on the ballot are going to uphold their end of the deal. The winner swears an oath and upholds it. Those who come up short ultimately accept the results and abide by the rule of law. That faith in our system is the foundation of American democracy. If the faith is broken, so is our democracy. Donald Trump broke that faith. He lost the 2020 election and knew it. But he chose to try to stay in office through a multi-part scheme to overturn the results and block the transfer of power. In the end, he summoned a mob to Washington, and knowingly they were armed and angry, pointed them to the Capitol and told them to fight like hell. There's no doubt about this. This afternoon, my colleagues will present our key findings, reminding you of some of the information we presented in earlier hearings and telling you how it fits in our broader conclusions. Those conclusions have helped shape the committee's final report, which we'll adopt today pursuant to House Resolution 503, which establishes the Select Committee nearly a year and a half ago. I expect our final work will be filed with the Clerk of the House and made public later this week. Beyond that release, the Select Committee intends to make public the bulk of its non-sensitive records before the end of the year. These transcripts and documents will allow the American people to see for themselves the body of evidence we've gathered and continue to explore the information that has led us to our conclusions. This committee is nearing the end of its work, but as the country, we remain in strange and uncharted waters. We've never had a president of the United States stir up a violent attempt to block the transfer of power. I believe nearly 2 years later, this is still a time of reflection and reckoning. If we are to survive as a nation of laws and democracy, this can never happen again. How do we stop it? This committee will lay out a number of recommendations in this final report. But beyond any specific details and recommendations we present, there's one factor I believe is most important in preventing another January 6th, accountability. So today, beyond our findings, we will also show that evidence we've gathered points to further action beyond the power of this committee or the Congress to help ensure accountability under law. Accountability that can only be found in the criminal justice system. We have every confidence that the work of this committee will help provide a roadmap to justice, and that the agencies and institutions responsible for ensuring justice under the law will use the information we've provided to aid in their work. And for those of you who have followed this committee's work, I hope we've helped make clear that there's a broader kind of accountability. Accountability to all of you, the American people. The future of our democracy rests in your hands. It's up to the people of this country to decide who deserves the public trust, who will put fidelity to the Constitution and democracy above all else, who will abide by the rule of law, no matter the outcome. I'm grateful to the millions of you who followed this committee's work. I hope we lived up to our commitment to present the facts and let the facts speak for themselves. Let me say in closing, the women and men seated around me on this dais are public servants in the most genuine sense. They put aside politics and partisanship to ensure the success of this committee in providing answers to the American people. I especially want to thank and acknowledge our Vice Chair, who has become a true partner in this bipartisan effort, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming. And I also recognize her for any opening statement that she cared to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tremendous leadership of this committee. I know we all have benefited greatly from your wisdom and your wise counsel, so thank you very much. In April of 1861, when Abraham Lincoln issued the first call for volunteers for the Union Army, my great-great-grandfather, Samuel Fletcher Cheney, joined the 21st Ohio Volunteer Infantry. He fought through all 4 years of the Civil War, from Chickamauga to Stones River to Atlanta. He marched with his unit in the Grand Review of Troops up Pennsylvania Avenue in May of 1865, past a reviewing stand where President Johnson and General Grant were seated. Silas Canfield, the regimental historian of the 21st Ohio Volunteer Infantry, described the men in the unit this way. He said they had a just appreciation of the value and advantage of free government and the necessity of defending and maintaining it. And they enlisted, prepared to accept all the necessary labors, fatigues, exposures, dangers, and even death for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. I have found myself thinking often, especially since January 6th, of my great-great-grandfather and all those in every generation who have sacrificed so much for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. At the heart of our republic is the guarantee of the peaceful transfer of power. Members of Congress are reminded of this every day as we pass through the Capitol Rotunda. There, 8 magnificent paintings detail the earliest days of our republic. One, painted by John Trumbull, depicts the moment in 1793 when George Washington resigned his commission, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. Trumbull called this, quote, one of the highest moral lessons ever given the world. With this noble act, George Washington established the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power in our nation. Standing on the west front of the Capitol in 1981, President Ronald Reagan described it this way: the orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place, as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony that we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Every president in our history has defended this orderly transfer of authority, except one. January 6th, 2021 was the first time one American president refused his constitutional duty to transfer power peacefully to the next. In our work over the last 18 months, the Select Committee has recognized our obligation to do everything we can to ensure this never happens again. At the beginning of our investigation, we understood that tens of millions of Americans had been persuaded by President Trump that the 2020 election was stolen by overwhelming fraud. And we also knew this was flatly false. We knew that dozens of state and federal judges had addressed and resolved all manner of allegations about the election. Our legal system functioned as it should, but our president would not accept the outcome. Among the most shameful of this committee's findings was that President Trump sat in the dining room off the Oval Office watching the violent riot at the Capitol on television. For hours, he would not issue a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, despite urgent pleas from his White House staff and dozens of others to do so. Members of his family, his White House lawyers, virtually all those around him knew that this simple act was critical. For hours, he would not do it. During this time, law enforcement agents were attacked and seriously injured. The Capitol was invaded, the electoral count was halted, and the lives of those in the Capitol were put at risk. In addition to being unlawful, as described in our report, this was an utter moral failure and a clear dereliction of duty. Evidence of this can be seen in the testimony of President Trump's own White House counsel and several other White House witnesses. No man who would behave that way at that moment in time can ever serve in any position of authority in our nation again. He is unfit for any office. The committee recognizes that our work has only begun. It's only the initial step in addressing President Trump's effort to remain in office illegally. Prosecutors are considering the implications of the conduct that we describe in our report, as are citizens all across our nation. In 1761, John Adams wrote, "The very ground of our liberties is the freedom of elections." Faith in our elections and the rule of law is paramount to our republic. Election deniers, those who refuse to accept lawful election results, purposely attack the rule of law and the foundation of our country. The history of our time will show that the bravery of a handful of Americans doing their duty saved us from an even more grave constitutional crisis. Elected officials, election workers, and public servants stood against Donald Trump's corrupt pressure. Many of our committee's witnesses showed selfless patriotism, and their words and courage will be remembered. The brave men and women of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and all the other law enforcement officers who fought to defend us that day saved lives and our democracy. Finally, I wish to thank my colleagues on this committee. It has been a tremendous honor to serve with all of you. We have accomplished great and important things together, and I hope we have set an example. And I also want to thank all of those who have honorably contributed to the work of our committee and to our report. We have accomplished much over a short period of time. Many of you sacrificed for the good of our nation. You have helped make history, and I hope helped to right the ship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. As you know, this is our final meeting of our committee. Over the course of the last year and a half, we presented evidence in 10 public hearings, testimony from our brave law enforcement officers, senior White House, and campaign officials, and many others. Today, we are prepared to share our findings with you. But before we do so, it's important to remember what we've learned, and critically, exactly what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of some of the key evidence our investigation has uncovered.
There were officers on the ground. They were bleeding. They were throwing up. I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
As I was swarmed by a violent mob, they ripped off my badge. They grabbed and stripped me of my radio. They seized ammunition that was secured to my body. They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
The key thing to do is to claim victory. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. Fuck you.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence.
I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately, I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
What were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
The numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them.
Did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. You're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States. And I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof.
It's a tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Morris and one other gentleman, quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit.
He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
Well, my first thought was, this is a terrible idea. Jeff Clark cannot be installed as acting Attorney General of the United States.
You ultimately told us that you described this meeting as not this meeting, the Georgia letter that was proposed as an effing murder-suicide pact. You remember using the term murder-suicide pact?
Yes.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a dear colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times. My view was that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
And I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And you said yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind?
The president was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
There's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president. Is that correct?
Yes.
The conversation was pretty heated.
Apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word. It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. It felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
They've gained access to the second floor, and I've got public about 5 feet from me down here below.
They are on the second floor, moving in now. We may want to consider getting out and leaving now. Copy.
The members of the VPT tel at this time were starting to fear for their own lives. There were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth.
Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C.
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day. I remember looking at him and saying, Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th? He had responded something to the effect of, we're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful.
He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me, I'll do it.
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Within 15 minutes of leaving the stage, President Trump knew that the Capitol was besieged and under attack.
So are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Defense that day?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Attorney General of the United States that day?
No.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Homeland Security that day?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Did you ever hear the vice president, or excuse me, the president
No,
ask for the National
No.
Guard? Did you ever hear the president ask for law enforcement response?
no.
You got an assault going on the capital of the United States of America. And there's nothing. No call, nothing, zero.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong.
You on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol.
On the staff?
In the White House.
I can't think of anybody, you know, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol once the, you know, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
What about the president?
Yeah.
well, she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think, you know,
I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The fifth. Another officer unconscious. The turret. What turret?
I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last 18 months, the Select Committee has conducted a congressional investigation of enormous scale, seeking to uncover the depth and breadth of ex-President Trump's multi-part plan to reverse the lawful outcome of the 2020 presidential election. We've compiled an immense volume of documents collected from countless individuals, law enforcement agencies, and federal and state authorities. Many of our efforts to get the evidence required litigation in federal court, including the U.S. Supreme Court. We've taken the testimony of hundreds of witnesses. Now, while we couldn't show them all during the hearings, we focused on those who were most central, including our ex-president's White House aides, his senior Department of Justice officials, and senior members of his campaign. Based on this assembled evidence, the Select Committee has reached a series of specific findings. Now, many of these findings pertain to what has been called the big lie, the enormous effort led by ex-President Trump to spread baseless accusations and misinformation in an attempt to falsely convince tens of millions of Americans that the election had been stolen from him. Beginning even before the election and continuing through January 6th and thereafter, Donald Trump purposely disseminated false allegations of fraud in order to aid his effort to overturn the 2020 election. Ex-President Trump's decision to declare victory falsely on election night wasn't a spontaneous decision. It was premeditated. The committee has evidence that ex-President Trump planned to declare victory and unlawfully to call for the vote counting to stop, and that he told numerous allies about his intent in the weeks before the election. The committee found that Mr. Trump raised hundreds of millions of dollars with false representations made to his online donors. The proceeds from his fundraising, we have learned, have been used in ways that we believe are concerning. In particular, the committee has learned that some of those funds were used to hire lawyers. We've also obtained evidence of efforts to provide or offer employment to witnesses. For example, one lawyer told a witness the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she didn't recall facts when she actually did recall them. That lawyer also did not disclose who was paying for the lawyer's representation, despite questions from the client seeking that information. He told her, quote, "We're not telling people where funding is coming from right now." We've learned that a client was offered potential employment that would make her, quote, "financially very comfortable" as the date of her testimony approached by entities that were apparently linked to Donald Trump and his associates. These offers were withdrawn or didn't materialize as reports of the content of her testimony circulated. The witness believed this was an effort to affect her testimony, and we are concerned that these efforts may have been a strategy to prevent the committee from finding the truth. Throughout the post-election period, ex-President Trump was told repeatedly by his campaign advisors, government officials, and others there was no evidence to support his claims of election fraud. Even since our last hearing, the Select Committee has obtained testimony from new witnesses who've come forward to tell us about their conversations with ex-President Trump on this topic. Here is one of his senior advisors, Hope Hicks.
Seeing evidence of fraud on a scale that would have impacted the outcome of the election. And I was becoming increasingly concerned that we were damaging his legacy.
What did the president say in response to what you just described?
He said something along the lines of, nobody will care about my legacy if I lose. So that won't matter. The only thing that matters is winning.
Despite all that, he continued to purposely and maliciously make false claims, sometimes within a day of being told that a particular claim was false and unsupported by the evidence. By the time the Electoral College met to cast its votes on December 14th, 2020, a number of President Trump's senior staff, cabinet officials, and members of his family were urging him to facilitate a peaceful transition to the incoming administration. He disregarded their advice, and he continued to claim publicly that the election had been stolen from him. Numerous state and federal courts evaluated and rejected the Trump campaign's claims of voter fraud, including 11 judges appointed by ex-President Trump himself. Many of these courts issued scathing opinions, criticizing the lack of evidence that